log in and get queued up.
Yes.
And Ling has the order in which they register.
Yeah. So we're going to have some attrition rates over there, I'm sure. That's just the way that it is, I would think. And I know staff will be speaking before that. And then they'll be exiting, I guess, before public comment. So yeah, if it runs, an hour and 20, I'm not gonna, I mean, I'm okay.
Maybe you can give people a heads up in advance. Nobody has to sign in as the bad guy. So, we're not sure how long it's going to last. Might cut it off. Give people.
Oh yeah.
And that way, John, I think Bill's on the line too. Bill, are you there? Yeah, okay. Because I think this is the kind of thing, if I can, we can discuss this when you're all together. But the other thing is, you want to ask them to not be redundant or to not take the full 3 minutes to give everybody the opportunity to speak. That would be more advised than cutting people off.
I was going to do that. But I believe that registration ended at 9 a.m. yesterday, right? Or am I wrong?
That's correct.
Yeah, so we know what it is. And again, I'm going to say something to the effect of, they speak for up to 3 minutes. You don't have to take your full 3 minutes. So I anticipate we'll go back. I don't think we'll.
I'm here. Who is it with FDOT that's on the line?
We have a number of people here. We got David Gwynn, our district traffic operations engineer, Ron Chen, and several of our other staff.
Thank you, Secretary Gwynn.
Okay.
All right, Dingfelder,
I'm here.
Boots, I heard
Here.
you. Maniscalco,
Here.
Miranda,
Here.
and Vieira.
Here.
Awesome.
Hazeling, I'm here. If I need to take the next roll call, I'll jump in.
Yes, you will. Thank you so much. All right, Council Chairman Vieira, we're ready to start the broadcast if you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's begin.
All right, let me start it.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Hello, everybody. This is Tampa City Councilman Louis Vieira. I would like to welcome everybody to our special call virtual session. Before we begin formally, I'd like to begin, if I may, with an invocation. We usually have someone do one, but in these virtual meetings, we're having a moment of silence. So if you would please join me at this time. Okay, now I would ask that if you are able to stand where you are at, please stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance with me if you could. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind doing the roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dingfelder.
Here.
Booth.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Petro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Vieira.
Here. Okay. Again, thank everybody for joining us for this special call meeting. We're going to be discussing two items, one of which will take a lot less than the other anticipate, the City Council calendar, and then speeding across the city, including area of Bayshore Boulevard and other areas within the city, to inform the public the issue of the City Council calendar affects our meeting live within the future. And so we're going to be discussing that right now. And
Mr. Chairman,
I will get
Mr. Chairman,
a very close.
Mr. Chairman, you sound
Yes.
a little muffled. I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, thank you. Probably on the wrong ear. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah,
better.
I actually just got two texts to that. Thank you. If that was John, thank you, John. Okay, but before that, we're going to get a very brief COVID-19 update from our friend, Chief of Staff, John Bennett. Chief Bennett, you may go, sir.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Council. Good morning, public, both participating and in listening or viewing mode. As you know, the City of Tampa, in conjunction with Hillsborough County, is still in a state of local emergency surrounding COVID-19. Probably the most important thing you could do as a citizen of the city or county is pay attention to the 1:30 p.m. Executive Policy Group meeting run by Hillsborough County with all the partners, of course, including Mayor Jane Castor, representing the City of Tampa, and all of the other political leadership, including the County Administrator, Mike Merrill, at 1:30 to get the most important update as it relates to the governor's announcement yesterday about reopening the state and how that parlays into the City of Tampa and Hillsborough County. Other than that, I think we're faring well under the state of emergency. I appreciate all the support, collaboration, and effort, both from City Council and the administration working together to keep the city moving, as well as handle the state of emergency for our citizens. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Any brief questions from council members? I would think not, but just want to give folks the courtesy. Anybody? Okay, being none, we move forward. I just wanted to state my piece, which is I just wanted to encourage everybody to, if you can, get tested for COVID-19. I know that our Hillsborough County Emergency Policy Group has forwarded the idea that you don't have to have symptoms anymore now to be tested. You don't need a note from a doctor. And I'd encourage everybody, if you're able to do so, to get tested, because you never know if you have it. That's my personal opinion. I am not a medical doctor, but just my opinion. Okay, we go forward now for the public comment overview from Mr. Shelby.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of City Council. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Because of the COVID-19 state of emergency, this special call meeting this morning will be held in accordance with the Governor's Executive Order 20-69, and it means that it is being conducted by what the state calls communications media technology, what's commonly referred to as virtually or remotely. There are ways for the public to participate. We are operating under the emergency rules of procedure adopted by City Council for the conduct of meeting with the use of communications media technology, Resolution -2020-225. And for the public's information, that resolution with those rules, along with the means of participating virtually, are on the City Council's website at tampagov.net/city-council. And there you'll find both the rules and the directions for the public to be able to participate. Today's meeting did require people to register no later than 9 a.m. Yesterday, Wednesday, April 29th, and we do have a list, and we will be going through that process. And Mr. Chairman, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. We appreciate your work. Okay, now we're going to have two presentations from staff. The first one will begin with our wonderful, hardworking city attorney, Gina Grimes, on the City Council calendar. And Ms. Grimes, if you would like to begin. And as always, obviously, City Council, no interruptions or questions until Ms. Grimes is finished, and then after, and anyone else is finished. And then after that, I will lay down the rules for that. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, council members. Gina Grimes, City Attorney. At your last meeting, you asked me to prepare a formal schedule regarding quasi-judicial matters and plan amendments, and you gave me some directives. You asked me to be flexible and to move some items around so that that the meetings would be more balanced as far as the number of cases. And you also authorized that additional dates be established. And our goal was to resume conducting quasi-judicial hearings in June, and doing so when all participants would be physically present. And that was based on my legal advice to you that we need to have and allow all participants to be physically present. Even though they would be physically present, we would still be complying with all social distancing guidelines and requirements. So that goes actually without saying. But I have proposed to you a schedule, and that schedule allows you to catch up with all of the canceled quasi-judicial hearings and plan amendment hearings from March, April, and May. And with the schedule that I've proposed, you would be able to catch up and resume those meetings in June, catch up by the end of June. That means that all of the meetings scheduled from March, April, and May would be conducted in June. And with the schedule that I gave you, you would be meeting every Thursday evening in June to conduct plan amendment hearings, rezonings, special use twos, and appeal hearings from VRB matters or design exception matters, and alcoholic beverage petitions as well. I had, in order to balance everything and to not have any one meeting be too long, I had to add also one daytime session, and that was on Tuesday, June 23rd. And the purpose of that was to conduct the review or appeal hearings. So with that, I sent you the schedule. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to review it or not, but it's pretty well balanced as far as each hearing is concerned. June 4th, you would have 20 plan amendment hearings. 15 of those are for amendments to city parks. So there's 15 city park amendments and then 5 regular plan amendment applications. On June 11th, you would have 14 quasi-judicial hearings, meaning rezonings and alcoholic beverage applications and special use twos. On Thursday, June 11th, you would have 15 quasi-judicial hearings. And then June 18th, I'm sorry. On Thursday, June 18th, you'd have 15 quasi-judicial hearings. And then on Thursday, June 25th in the evening, you would have 13 quasi-judicial hearings. So they're pretty well balanced. It's somewhat consistent with the number of cases you hear, maybe a little bit more than you typically have. And then on Tuesday, June 23rd, which is a daytime meeting, you would have scheduled 8 review or appeal hearings to be heard on that day. So it's your council's calendar and schedule, so you can modify it as you deem appropriate. But again, my goal was to allow you to catch up and resume the hearings and catch up with all the ones that were canceled. And I know all of you wanted to use your best effort to facilitate the local real estate economy, and I think that this accelerated schedule does just that. So if you have any questions, I am available.
Okay. Anyone else from the administration for this presentation? Okay, being none, we'll go through the line. I'll give council members a few minutes. I wanted to say just something beforehand, if I may, that, you know, the talk that Ms. Grimes just gave right now is something that came after a lot of work from administration officials, technology staff, the chief of staff, city legal, putting in lots and lots of hours, our hardworking attorney, Mr. Shelby, my office, including my wonderful legislative assistant, Brandon Jordan Lazo, all done in partnership with the development community to get us back on track as a community. To all of them, I just wanted to say thank you for your work in making this happen, because this has been a very difficult process, fraught with a lot of legal landmines, and we're doing it to get our city moving back with vigor and to do it the right way with regards to real estate transactions and different public hearings that the public has before us. The schedule may be a little bit difficult, but it's far from impossible, and it's certainly something that I support. I want to see it, as I've said many, many times early on, obviously at the Tampa Convention Center. I think we need to have a safe space, so to speak, to do this in. I've always been adamant about that, but I just wanted to just state beforehand, thank you, Ms. Grimes, to you and all your attorneys, and to everybody that's put in a lot of time on this, because this hasn't been easy. So thank you very much. Thank you. Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman
Charlie
Carlson,
Miranda.
you may go, sir. Yes, sir.
I
Go ahead,
believe
sir.
we ought to open the public, the meeting.
Oh, you know what? Thank you to our esteemed Charlie Miranda. Thank you so much, sir. Is there any public comment on the, or strike that? May I move to, can somebody move to open the public hearing?
So moved, Mr. Chairman. Open the meeting on
Second.
April 30th, 2020.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Second.
Councilman Miranda, for your leadership as always, sir. Seconded, I believe, by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any, oh, actually, we need to take roll call, don't we?
I believe roll call was taken. Is that correct, Ms.?
No, I mean, like, roll call on this vote.
Oh, well, why don't we just inquire of Ms. Lucas if there is any particular public comment on this particular item that she is aware of?
Okay. Okay,
Not
go for it.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, great. Okay, and thank you for that, Councilman. Councilman Carlson, any questions or comments, sir?
Yeah, the only question or comment I have is, and thank you, like you said, for all the help from the legal team and everyone working on this. But the big question I have is, last year when we started, the budget was in process already. We told ourselves and the administration that we would try to start earlier to talk about the budget so that we wouldn't end up in a last minute situation where there was last minute negotiating. And we had talked about starting in April, so that was set back because of the schedule. But I would just encourage us to set a time, several times on the schedule, to have conversations about the budget as soon as possible so we don't end up discussing it last minute.
Chairman, this is John Bennett.
Thank
Chief
you.
of Staff.
Yes, sir.
Good morning again, Council. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Just to address Councilman Carlson's point, which is well taken. As you know, we were valiantly in an attempt to give Council portfolio briefings from all the departments for the fiscal year 21 upcoming budget process, to do exactly what was said, is to have a smoother developmental side to the budget for FY21, which has now been disrupted by COVID-19. I just met with the Chief Financial Officer yesterday, Mr. Dennis Rojero, and we're putting a plan together to kind of condense that original process here forthcoming, hopefully in the month of May.
Yeah, thank you. And
Thank
I think
you, sir.
final comment. That was the doing this in advance, I think, was mostly to help the mayor's office, because you all did a lot of work and the staff did a lot of work leading into it, but several of us were new and we had last minute comments. And so the earlier that we can all start, I think the better for everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman Carlson. Very good point. Councilman Citro, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate it. Thank you to the legal staff. Yes, I feel that the sooner we get back to our quasi-judicial cases, the better for us, the better for the city, better for the economy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Dingfelder, anything, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Carlson, a funny coincidence. I was communicating with Chief Bennett this morning about the same thing, and looking forward to having his department heads start briefing us about what's going on in their departments leading up to the budget. So I guess our minds are thinking alike. That's a little scary. But in regard to the schedule, I appreciate Ms. Grimes and her team and everybody working on this diligently. I think it's extremely important for our community for a variety of reasons. I just have one question, which is to Mr. Shelby. I saw his name referenced on the memo, but I just wanted to chime in and let us know that he's comfortable with the schedule that's been worked out. Otherwise, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman Dingfelder, I am very grateful to Ms. Grimes and the legal department for putting this together. We did have a chance to work together on it, and I did have a chance to review it before it was sent out to council. I am in full agreement with it, and I appreciate the opportunity to work together with the legal department on this.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Goods, anything, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your leadership again, sir. Shout out to the staff, Ms. Grimes, her team, and working very diligently on this project. I'm happy with it. My only concern is want to make sure that we can get that convention center so we can be in a public setting. These are a lot of items that are on these the agenda for each one of these dates. So I just want to make sure that we're in a setting that the public can be able to have access to. I yield back, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Maniscalco, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone for their hard work in this, and that's it. I look forward to getting all this done. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Miranda, anything, sir?
Or nothing at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, just in closing, this, I know, I guess we'll likely need a motion to adopt and amend. I just wanted to say, you know, as an additional issue that I spoke about before, that a lot of the, maybe I'm sensitive to this because I'm an attorney, but many of the attorneys who have been on this just started a couple months before, so they've really had trial by fire. So I'm certainly appreciative of this. I would just say, in my own individual role as a councilman, that while we're in this pandemic, I'm adamant that the meetings at Tampa Convention Center should be for necessary meetings while we're in social distancing. That is quasi-judicials, matters where we have to be there live, because public safety comes first and we want to lead by example. That's my opinion. Do I have a motion to adopt and amend the calendar as
So
suggested?
moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Maniscalco.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a
this is
motion.
Tina Grimes.
Oh, yes.
I have just one question. On Thursday,
ma'am.
June 4th, on Thursday, June 4th, I propose that the plan amendment hearings begin at 6 p.m. Typically, you start those hearings at 5:01, and I just wanted to offer you that alternative. I don't know if you want to begin at 5:01 or if it would be better for all of your schedules to begin at 6.
I guess we can, anybody have thoughts on that? I'm fine with 5, 6, it matters not to me. Any thoughts from council members?
I have no problem with either time, Mr. Chairman. Charlie.
Okay, maker of the motion. Anybody have an objection? Okay, yeah, so it appears 5's fine. Okay, any other comments, Ms. Grimes?
No, that's it.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, ma'am.
Shelby,
Okay, yes, sir, go ahead.
a question, and maybe Ms. Grimes can opine, because just for council's knowledge, obviously, council's aware that all these meetings, at least the quasi-judicials, will require public notice, which means it has to go back. We have to backdate it to allow 30 days public notice. Is it necessary or important for the location to be directed by City Council at this time, Ms. Grimes, so that at least there's direction to the administration as to the location of the quasi-judicial hearings?
Yes,
That's
sir.
a very good point. Ms. Grimes, if you want to respond, you may.
Yes, Mr. Shelby is correct that all of these hearings will have to be renoticed. Once council approves the schedule, then the city staff will notify all the applicants to send the notice on the dates that they've been assigned. And Mr. Shelby is also correct that the location of the hearings will need to be included on the notice. The first hearings are scheduled for June 4th, so that means the notices would have to go out May 4th. And those first set of hearings are for plan amendments, so that the staff is already has those notices prepared for the plan amendments. They would be only our city staff would be affected by the first set of hearings. The next set of hearings starting on June 11th would have to go out by May 11th, and that's when that would give applicants, 11 days from today in which to prepare their notices and to mail them. So that's more than sufficient time. But going back to the question, yes, we would have to renotice, and yes, the location of the meeting would have to be identified in the notice. Mr. Bennett, I don't know if you're on the phone, if you want to address that issue.
I will. Yep. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Thank you. Good question. I did a tour of the Tampa Convention Center last Saturday morning with their staff led by Director Una Garvey, and it is configured. The technology is being finalized. There was some final maneuvers between our Technology and Innovation Department and Ms. Bauman's shop, as well as the Convention Center, to make sure that we can not only handle the meeting internally, but we're set up for broadcast. So I'm very confident in staff's level of effort to be ready for June.
Great. So it is presently contemplated that these meetings will be held at Tampa Convention Center, correct?
That's correct.
That's the legal requirement, and for the space allocation, the Convention Center will be eligible for June.
Mr. Chairman.
Marvelous. Okay. Yes, sir.
Martin Shelby, it would just be my recommendation then that location then be included in your motion.
Yes, sir. Councilman Miranda, are you okay with doing that, sir?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I include that, but June the 4th, I think we ought to be specific that it starts at 5:01 then.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And Councilman Maniscalco,
with the meeting place being at the Tampa Convention Center of all these meetings here, all
yes, sir.
The 5 dates that are put here.
Thank you, sir. And Councilman Maniscalco, I assume you're okay with that?
Yes, sir.
As the second? Thank
Yes.
you, sir. Okay, we have a motion. Thank you, sir. We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
A roll call, please, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Roll call, please.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Booths,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda being the maker of the motion and Maniscalco seconding the motion.
Thank you, Suling. We appreciate that. Okay, now we, being nothing else on item number 1, we move to item number 2, speeding on Bay Shore and throughout the city of Tampa. And I leave this to Chief Bennett. So to give folks kind of an overview of what's going to happen, there's going to be a presentation by the administration and others, Chief Bennett and others on this topic. Then City Council will be asking questions to the staff because much of this staff will be leaving after the presentation. So the first round of council comments are going to be limited to questions to the staff on the item at hand, not statements. We will then have public comment. After public comment, then will come more extensive statements. I want to respect staff's time, which is obviously valuable in the midst of this pandemic. So I want to portion it out that way. We will do public comment after this. Each speaker, and I believe we have 47 speakers, and I'll discuss this later, has up to 3 minutes. You do not have to use your 3 minutes, but of course you may, and we're glad to hear you out, and we respect everybody's time and opinion. Chief Bennett, if you would like to go, you may, sir.
Morning again, Chairman, Council, and public. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Essentially, our infrastructure and mobility portfolio led by Administrator Jean Duncan is going to take the lead, and her staff, as well as Tampa Police Department staff and Tampa Fire Rescue staff, will be available, as you mentioned. So for now, I'm going to turn it over to Jean Duncan, who will kick off the presentation with Director Vic Beattie. And with that,
good morning, everyone. Good morning, City Council Chair, council members, and members of our public. We appreciate you all tuning in this morning for this important conversation. Just wanted to let you know a little bit about the team that works behind the scenes here at the City of Tampa, between our engineering team, our Tampa Police Department, our legal staff, and others. Many of us have worked on speed issues and issues particularly on Bayshore and our other city streets for many years. We're happy that our partners, the Department of Transportation, and I know the county is tuned in to hear the comments today from the public. And we thought it would be helpful to give a little bit of a framework briefly, about 10 minutes worth of information to share with you. And you can follow along on some slides that we will be putting up on the screen. And this will give a little bit of information to many of you that probably have some of your own thoughts, but give a sense of what's going on currently and how we approach transitioning and evolving our transportation network, being that it's a complex system of engineering and also human behavior and decision making. So with that, I want to introduce our new mobility director, Vic Beattie. We had some recent reorganizational changes right before the COVID-19 virus came along. And Vic is now at the reins of our transportation department, which we've now renamed as our mobility department, to give the message that we are looking at mobility from a multifaceted viewpoint, walking, biking, driving, parking, micro mobility, which is bicycles and scooters, etc. So we have a very comprehensive approach we've taken with our mobility department. And I won't belabor any more comments. With that, I would like for Vic to get us started with sharing some information with you all that I think will be very helpful as we then go into hearing the public's thoughts about speeding around the city and on Bayshore Boulevard specifically. So Vic, welcome, and thank you for the presentation that you will share.
Thank you, Jean, and thank you, Council, for hosting this virtual call on a very critical topic of speed management.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Vic.
Yes, sir. Councilman Dingfelder, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Former Councilwoman Linda Salcena said that they cannot see the screen. I guess if there's any presentation coming, that the viewers out there can't see the screen. So I'll just ask our technical people to take a double look at that on behalf of the public, if there's any screenshots coming from staff or anything like that.
Okay. Brandon, my wonderful aide, is listening, and I'll have her, if you don't mind, Brandon, I'll text her to inquire with tech on that. Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. Thank you, sir. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you for bringing up the presentation, because I will be following the slides as we see it on the television. So the presentation may have a second or two of delay, but that's really in the interest of the broader public. So if we could start the presentation. Thank you. So good morning again, and I'm going to be discussing speed management and speeding issues around the city. As I mentioned, this is really critical to the city. We have been working on traffic safety projects, but particularly with Mayor Castor's administration And through her Transforming Tampa's Tomorrow initiative, the T3 initiative, transportation has been elevated within the organization, and hence you see Jean and I really addressing this at the highest levels within the city. Transportation Committee, as part of the T3 initiative, put forth several recommendations. A key recommendation relative to our discussion today was that the city adopt Vision Zero principles. Vision Zero is the idea that one death is too many on our roadways. This is something that we have adopted. It is also an idea that road deaths are preventable through design, engineering, education, and enforcement. The way we manifest these concepts is through our Tampa Moves program. This is a comprehensive program that will develop a framework for the next 30 years of our transportation system. And MOVES is an acronym that stands for Mobility for All, and that means all abilities and all users, economic opportunity, a vision for transforming our public spaces, equity across Tampa, and safety, which is where Vision Zero comes in. So again, next slide, please. Advanced slide, please. Thank you. So when speaking about safety, speed is the #1 factor when it comes to saving lives. As you can see on the graphic to the left, a lot of research has gone into it, and this is also intuitive, but the chance of survival for a pedestrian from a collision with a vehicle is exponentially higher at lower speeds, like the difference between the 20 miles an hour, 30, and 40 miles an hour. Our effort through all of our projects has been to address speeding first. And we have several strategies that we implement through all of our projects, through all of our efforts. This includes education and enforcement in cooperation with our law enforcement agency, TPD, and regional law enforcement agencies and partners. We have several initiatives to get education out there within the community about safety, about speeding. And then there's engineering, which is the design of our public facilities and what we do to manage those speeds. And some of those strategies are reducing lane width, which studies have shown that it reduces the comfortable speed at which people drive. Road diets, which is lane elimination or making a facility more multimodal by reallocating public space, adding crosswalks, adding signals for additional control and braking traffic, and then roundabouts, which is a significant safety measure, or vertical deflection like raised crosswalks. Advanced slide, please. So we've implemented several projects, as I mentioned, over the years that adopt and use these Vision Zero concepts, and we continue to do so. We do depend significantly on FDOT funding to augment our limited resources, and we thank the state for their efforts as well. The table on your right shows the list of roads that we have reduced speed limits on recently. Again, just to highlight our work over the years and priority, to emphasize that this is a continuum. This is a long-term transformation of our public spaces. We are committed to it at the highest level within the city. Next slide, please. Here's a list of our top 20 high injury corridors within the city of Tampa. These corridors as you can see, have been developed by the Hillsborough MPO as part of their high injury network. We coordinate with the MPO, the county, and the state, who own various facilities within the city, to monitor these, prioritize projects, and deploy them accordingly. As you can see, in this list of priority, we do have Bayshore Boulevard at number 15. So it is a priority corridor. Next slide, please. So speaking of Bayshore Boulevard, it is a signature facility within Tampa, and it serves multiple purposes. We recognize that. It's a roadway classified as an arterial with up to 30,000 vehicles a day on it. It's a major linear park, a place for recreation, a place for gathering. This is where Gasparilla happens. It's also, as you can see on the right, a place that is vulnerable to climate change, inclement weather, and ultimately sea level rise. So when we think about this facility and its future, it's important to note all of the different uses. We certainly do. It's also important to note that this is a county-owned facility maintained under agreement and operated under agreement by the city of Tampa. We coordinate with the county on various aspects of Bayshore Boulevard. Next slide, please. Having said that, the city has invested quite a bit over the years towards enhancing safety on Bayshore. And this goes back many years through 2 different Bayshore safety action plans. And we've done everything from adding feedback signs, narrowing lane widths, changing speed limits, adding additional crosswalks for pedestrian and bicycle access, and several repairs. Having said that, this is a continuous process. Our work is not done. We recognize that, and we continue to work on Bayshore. Next slide, please. So our work thus far has yielded some positive results. We have been able to reduce average speeds by up to 7 miles per hour on various segments along Bayshore, and have increased access generally for bicyclists and pedestrians over the years. Next slide, please. In light of the recent tragedies on Bayshore, and we recognize that and are saddened by it, we do have some short-term actions planned as well. These are part of previous plans, and again, it's part of the continuum. We are looking at further reducing posted speed limits along certain sections of Bayshore. We will be signalizing the intersections of Euclid and Rome. If you're familiar with Bayshore, the first is south of Bay to Bay, and the other is north of Howard. The primary purpose for installing these 2 traffic signals is to break traffic in the northbound direction. There are at least 2 significant segments along Bayshore northbound where there's uninterrupted or uncontrolled traffic flow for up to 2 miles. This does provide an opportunity for speeding, and data suggests that has been a factor in many of the most critical incidents along this roadway. Both of these intersections have been given studied consideration. We've looked at several options on how to and what measures to implement out here, and signalization as a measure to stop traffic has been found to be most effective. We're happy to share any of our studies with the public as needed on that. Additionally, we will adjust signal timings along this corridor, again, to prioritize pedestrians and bicyclists. but also to recognize that this facility operates differently between the peaks and the off peaks or weekends. So any operational changes needed to facilitate that, we will provide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I guess we're having some technical difficulty with the next slide. I can't see it on the television, but the next slide is about our efforts citywide with Vision Zero and some of our next steps. The first is to develop a Vision Zero action plan, and this is underway. This action plan will further guide our projects, it will guide our philosophy, and it will guide our outreach. As part of the MOVES effort, we will also be conducting citywide outreach and education campaigns, some of which have already started and are underway, and we work with all of our partners towards that. We'll be implementing additional speed management strategies citywide, expanding our network of trails and greenways, hiring a Vision Zero champion whose sole job will be to coordinate with various partners and agencies to ensure that Vision Zero is considered in all of our efforts. We continue to expand our walk and bike network as well through our Green Spine projects and several other projects. And finally, implement tactical urbanism, which uses low cost but high impact type events and materials to test and implement temporary measures that can inform long-term actions and improve safety in the short term as well. So at this point, I will pass it along to Jean.
Vic, thank you for that presentation. This information will be put online if anyone wanted to go back and take a look at these slides. And I just wanted to also mention that we have our staff, the Department of Transportation, Hillsborough County. We are all planning to be tuned into this workshop today throughout the entirety of it. We want to hear the comments the public has to make. We've read what's online so far and just wanted to make that point that we are obviously many things going on here at the city, but this is important. We've planned the time today to listen and get some good feedback and weave that into other actions we're planning to take, not only on Bayshore, but on a number of locations throughout the city that are experiencing this really a national issue that we are challenged with, which is speed management and finding ways to mitigate that. So with that, I'll hand things back over to the chair to continue on with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. So no other presentation from any other staff?
Chair, I believe our Tampa Fire Rescue and TPD both have information to share. I believe our Tampa Police Department was up next to share some information.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were yielding back and that your presentation was done. Okay, then go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Lieutenant Pat Messmer with Tampa Police Department Special Operations. Vic went through a lot of the important information about this traffic safety issue. I just wanted to, go over a few points from the police department's perspective. There are some people out there who really view the police department's role in speeding and really in traffic safety in general is just as ticket writers. And in reality, we really embrace the whole of government approach in how we address this problem. We work very closely, obviously, with the Mobility Department, with the Florida Department of Transportation. We have members of our traffic unit who are on the Pedestrian Bicycle Safety Coalition. We attend meetings and really get an idea of a lot of the best practices that we can use in order to engage in that three-prong approach, mainly on our part as education enforcement, not so much on the engineering side. And then we also partner with a lot of the non-governmental organizations. On Bikes is one example, to really do community outreach, help do helmet giveaways, which can really reduce the chance of a serious injury in a bicycle crash. So that whole of government approach, I think, is important, and the collaboration that the police department has with the other involved stakeholders, rather than just simply always going out there and writing tickets, because there is definitely individual responsibility. Enforcement is important, and that those 3 E's that Vic was talking about. For example, not everybody is going to respond to education. So for those people, we have enforcement. Not everybody is always going to respond to enforcement. That's why we have to, engage in engineering practices. So we definitely have a role in enforcement. Just to go over a little bit of our traffic complaint overviews, when we have traffic complaints that come in either through the customer service center, or when officers are at Neighborhood Watch or other community meetings and get notified of a traffic complaint, those are all managed both through the various district command staffs and also the traffic unit. Just last year, we had, I believe, over 116 specific complaints that the traffic unit handled. Some of the large locations, our biggest speeding complaint location is on the Courtney Campbell Causeway. Bayshore Boulevard is number 2, and followed by Sly Avenue, Hillsborough Avenue, and then Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. So we handle these complaints all the time. We assign an officer, a traffic officer, to each complaint. They're logged. Those officers have to go out there and assess the complaint to see whether or not it can be quickly addressed, or whether or not it's going to be an ongoing project that we're going to have to spend a lot of time on. And for example, on Bayshore, just last year in 2019, there were 368 individual special operations by our traffic unit out on Bayshore Boulevard. So an average of more than 1 a day, just specifically on Bayshore. In addition to that, we also use several different grants that are funded by FDOT. One of them is a specific grant for pedestrian and bicycle safety. That's a data-driven grant. FDOT really identifies the roadways based on the crash statistics where we can operate. Mainly Hillsborough Avenue, Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, Bush Boulevard, Fowler Avenue, Nebraska Avenue, and also our core streets downtown. And after the fatality this January on Bayshore Boulevard, we petitioned FDOT and requested that they add Bayshore Boulevard to that list of streets, and they graciously did that. So we're now able to use that pedestrian and bicycle traffic safety grant money to do education and enforcement efforts on Bayshore Boulevard. And that is both a two-pronged education and enforcement. We actually issue more warnings than we do citations. It's not just the drivers, it's also the pedestrians and the bicyclists. They will require some education as well, because even though a lot of improvements have been made to roadways, we still have instances where pedestrians and bicyclists don't use those pieces of infrastructure that were provided to make things safer for them. So we have to educate them on why it's in their best interest to do so. So in addition to that, just specific, couple other specific speeding grants. One is for work zone safety, which specifically addresses speeding in work zones. Again, that's another DUI or another DOT grant that's run through the traffic department, the traffic unit. We have a motorcycle safety grant. There's both an enforcement and an education aspect in that. We do have motorcycle crashes frequently that sometimes the results of high speed, sometimes the results of drivers not seeing the motorcyclists and violating the motorcyclist right of way. So what we've done is we've really, Sergeant Reiser and our traffic officers have developed a pretty ingenious citizen outreach class where we will actually take members of the community out to our driving pad, and we will put them through a motorcycle safety course and teach them some skills how they can, avoid crashes. And there's also an enforcement arm to that grant as well. And then we also have a DUI grant. DUI is obviously a large problem. We do catch a lot of DUI drivers who are also speeding. Now there are some unfortunate issues with COVID-19. Obviously, we can't have our motorcycle safety class because of social distancing requirements. So some of these have been put on hold for a couple months until the COVID-19 situation is under control. So we're looking at some additional grants. There's an aggressive driving grant that's going to be coming out soon that we're probably going to be applying for. That specifically does relate to speeding. And I don't want to. I've got some statistics. I don't necessarily want to belabor the point and take too much of council's time. But if there's any specific questions to how we address our speeding issues, to the partnerships we have, or to any specific enforcement statistics by council, I would be more than happy to address any of them.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Oh, and wait, Councilman Goods, we're not taking questions just yet. We're waiting till the whole presentation is done, and then we can do individual questions. I want to make sure, was there anybody else that had any presentation with the administration before we go into questions?
Yes, this is Mark Bogish, Tampa Fire Rescue.
Yes.
Yes, Mark Bogish,
Go ahead,
Tampa Fire Rescue, Assistant Fire Chief. Just real quick, just wanted to point out specifically some of the importance of Bayshore Boulevard to the fire rescue and our ability to provide service to the public. Over the years, Bayshore has seen some very nice improvements to the roadway in general, and some of the limited interruptions have been smoothed out, which provides a good north-south route for us in response times. Now, I understand that response times are extremely important to the fire rescue and our ability to provide service. We know all of the mechanics behind the importance of getting these first response units there for people, non-breathers, cardiac arrests, and so forth and so on. And over the years, we've had many of our access routes that have been somewhat limited due to traffic control devices such as speed bumps in particular. They hamper our ability to respond quite in a great sort of way. Each and every time you have to slow down for a speed bump, it adds many seconds to the total response time. And depending on the length of the response, it can be totaled out in minutes. And those minutes are the things that cost people their lives and hampers our ability to save lives. Bayshore Boulevard, as it stands today, of course, is a lifesaver for those people that reside in South Tampa and in that entire peninsula there. It's a major feeder into the Tampa General Hospital, which is one of our primary, it's a level 1 trauma center. It's a burn center. So we transport quite a few patients to Tampa General Hospital. Many of those patients may be trauma patients that are strapped to backboards that are in the back of the rescue car. 3 or 4 firefighters that are in the back of the rescue car standing up, working on these patients. And any type of, speed bumps or things that change the smoothness of the roadway is extremely hazardous to those individuals. The firefighter standing up, as well as those poor patients that are strapped down. We certainly support anything we can do to make our roadway safer, but sometimes hampering the ability of your first responders to get to an emergency in a rapid sort of fashion is not necessarily making a roadway or a neighborhood safer. So we're not in favor of any type of changes to the Bayshore Boulevard that would hamper our ability to respond in a rapid sort of fashion, or even transport patients up that roadway as well. But we will continue to partner with our internal stakeholders such as TPD and Infrastructure and Mobility, and work with them to try to enhance the safety of the Bayshore, which also helps out the Tampa Fire Rescue as well. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Chief Bennett, no one else presentation for today? I'm making sure before we go to questions. Or Ms.
Chair,
Duncan?
Duncan, we will yield to you now and go forward from there. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. So now we're going to go down the line and inquire solely on questions at this time. If you want to make a small statement in there, I'll let you sneak that in. But I would ask that the bulk of your statements go after public comment, just for purposes of time, so that we can move to public comment, because we have a lot of people waiting for public comment. So I'll begin alphabetically, starting with Councilman Carlson. I'd ask, just take a couple minutes. If you need to go more, that's fine. But just be aware of time. Councilman, you may begin, sir.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to all the staff. This was a heavy lift, I know, putting this together. And it's obviously an important issue during the time we're dealing with a lot of other important issues. So thank you to everyone from the Chief of Staff to Vic and Gene and police, et cetera. Just in case anybody doesn't know who's watching, the purpose of this meeting is so that we can get public input, and then the Transportation Department, Mobility Department is going to take it back and look at it and come up with some ideas and suggestions and come back to us and present later. So as I understand it anyway, the purpose of this is not to make any conclusions today. It's to collect information and collect feedback from the public. I've got constituents who want to close Bayshore completely. I've got constituents who want to close half of Bayshore, and I've got constituents who are mad that we reduce the speed limit down to 35 miles an hour. So there's a whole broad spectrum, which we'll probably hear from in a minute. But this issue for me especially is very personal, because my son, who's in the track team at Plant High School, runs on Bayshore twice a day. And he and I, I've had friends who've been hit on Bayshore. We've had friends that have almost been hit on Bayshore, and I have a friend whose son passed away a few weeks ago from an accident. And we've also had my son's friend was hit by a bicycle while he was running on Bayshore, because the bicycles are afraid to ride in the road. So I have three quick questions. One is when my son goes up to the flashing lights, he has the whole plant team with him, and they push the button for the light, and they assume that nobody's going to stop. And he said for people who are regularly going to Bayshore, they may not know not to expect that cars aren't going to stop. Is there anything else that we can do? Some residents have asked about red lights instead of yellow lights. Is there anything else we can do on the flashing lights? I'll just go ahead and ask my other two questions, and you all can answer. The second question is about bicycle safety. Is it possible, and what ideas can we have if the bicycles are, if the runners and walkers on the sidewalk feel unsafe because the bicycles are on the sidewalk, and then the drivers feel unsafe because they might hit the bicycle riders are feel unsafe? Is there some solution that we can have there regarding bicycles? And then the last one is that, and I've got a lot of questions and ideas or thoughts, but just had a constituent this morning complain about racing again last night. When I lived on Bayshore years ago, every midnight on Friday nights there were motorcycles racing, and it seems like that's still continuing 20 plus years later. So is there something in particular we can do about racing? Those are my three questions. Thank you.
Okay, administration, you may go.
Good morning, Council. Vic Bide. On the bicycle issue, if I can address that first. We earlier this year did test measures on the existing footprint to separate bicyclists further from the roadway using flex posts. These posts enhance some comfort, but also provide a visual separation for drivers. Again, speed management is very critical on this front as well. We can look at further buffering the bicycle lanes, but ultimately the best option is a full separation or median separation. And there are other options that we've also discussed with various community members. But again, we look at the best way to treat bicyclists within the existing facility and are looking at various options. On the issue of racing, also related to speed management, and there are two aspects here. One is the design of the facility. Does it make it easier for people to speed? And unfortunately, in the northbound direction, because of those 2-mile stretches, there was that opportunity that we're taking away with engineering. But speed also has an awareness component. We've got feedback signs along the roadway that tell you if you're speeding or not. So there's a personal responsibility component, and there's certainly a component of enforcement, which I will let our police department address.
Sure, and we, again, it's Lieutenant Pat Messmer with Special Operations again. We do really use our officers to address all types of speeding on Bayshore and on other roads around the clock. It's not just during the daytime hours. So at night, we do have our DUI squad, for example, works out of our division, and they do handle Bayshore Boulevard, and they do speed enforcement down there in the overnight hours. What we found is that, you know, a lot of people will assume that a speeding vehicle is automatically racing. When, you know, racing is a very, very specific statutorily defined situation where you have to be trying to you know, outpace another vehicle that's also racing with you. While there has been a little bit of racing from time to time on Bayshore, it's relatively sporadic. Even our officers who work nights and conduct speed enforcement on night on Bayshore will tell us that they do have speeders, but you know, the racing is a different issue. It's very sporadic. The Courtney Campbell Causeway is actually our biggest location where we get a lot of complaints about street racing, and that is our highest, our biggest location for actually writing traffic citations and in conducting traffic enforcement at night is on the Courtney Campbell Causeway, because it is a significant issue with racing that we've taken some other steps to try to address by, you know, closing certain access roads at night and things of that nature. So racing can be a difficult thing for us to address. We have to use, you know, I don't want to get into a lot of tactics here, but you know, somebody just running radar, running laser, and trying to conduct a traffic stop on a racer, that's really not going to work, because that racer is probably not going to stop. They're going to flee from the officer. Pursuits are obviously very dangerous for both the officer and the community in general, innocent people in the community. So we don't want to engage in a pursuit in situations like that. So we have to get creative and use some of our other resources to try to identify and arrest those racers, which we do. We have a very low tolerance toward racing. Nobody gets a warning. We will arrest all the racers. We will impound their cars. The statute gives them pretty significant penalties as far as impounds go if their vehicle's involved in racing. So it is a sporadic issue. It's an issue that's somewhat difficult to deal with, but we do, you know, try our best to address any kind of racing issues, just like we do with speed enforcement and with other, you know, targeted operations in those high instance locations for racing.
Councilman, was there a third question? I'm sorry if I missed it.
Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, the flashing light, did you answer that part? Can they be changed to red, or they have to stay yellow? What's the status of that?
Thank you. Sorry. So short answer is the RRFB's rapid rectangular flashing beacons cannot be changed to red currently because they do not meet state or national standards. This was discussed recently within the legislature as well. Any incremental effort beyond the existing yellow rapid rectangular flashing beacons would be either hawks or signalization, both of which are capital intensive, but not out of consideration. But having said that, the RRFBs have been researched right here in our backyard in St. Pete with the Federal Highway Administration, and they've been shown to improve pedestrian safety. It does not mean that they eliminate crashes altogether, which is something we work towards, but they are a very good solution for crossing 2 lanes or lesser at a time.
Thank you all. Okay, thank you. Councilman Citro, any questions, sir? or very short comments.
I will try and keep my questions very, very short. My first questions go to Vic and Ms. Duncan. Constituents have been calling me about walking nighttime at these flashing crossings. Although the flashing does get traffic to stop, they're asking for more and brighter lights along these crossings, not the flashing crossings, the street lights. Some fear that they cannot be seen when they're crossing the street, because cars do not always stop and stay stopped until the lights stop flashing. That's number one. Number two, the cameras, speeding cameras. Some of my constituents have been talking about that. I'll accept answers from either you or TPD, and please go ahead, and then I'll have a question for TPD and fire after. Thank you.
Good morning, Councilman Citro. Appreciate your questions. This is Jean Duncan. Wanted to address your question about the street lighting. That's an excellent observation from you and your constituents that street lighting, besides speed management being one of the most impactful things we can do to save lives, street lighting is the other thing that has the highest, what we call cost-benefit ratio of improving safety of our roadways. We are continuing with our Bright Light Safe Nights program under Mayor Castor to put additional street lighting availability for particularly intersections and places of crossing. The Department of Transportation as well is doing a lot more recently with funding this particular initiative, and we've worked very closely with them to address additional lighting throughout our corridors. TICO has also recognized that there's a benefit for them as a corporation, but also for us as safety to convert their existing street lights to what we call LED, which is a brighter, clearer light. It is much safer and provides more visibility. So that's an ongoing program in parallel with a number of other things as we continue to layer improvements and multimodal opportunities on all of our city streets. If you have any locations in particular that you'd like us to address, we certainly are always appreciating the public's input because they're out there observing things on a regular basis. On the speed camera item, I'll toss that over to Major Messmer to maybe make a comment about that particular item. So thank you.
Major, before you start, Ms. Duncan, my question was particularly to the crosswalks that are on Bayshore Boulevard. But thank you very much for your answer to that question, to my question.
Yes, sir. We will look at those specifically. Thank you.
Major, since you're going to talk about the speed cameras, I also want to thank you and Fire Rescue for everything that you do in our community. I want everyone to stay safe and be healthy in your division and in Fire Rescue. Thank you for commenting on the speed bumps and speed humps. I do appreciate that. But I'm also going to ask you, if Bayshore is closed down to 2 lanes, like some people were thinking, how much of the response time would that eliminate or hurt to either the hospitals or to a crime scene for you if you have to take McDill, Himes, or Dale Mabry? Major, thank you, and then I'll hear from Fire Rescue.
Sure, thank you. It's Pat Messmer again with TPD. So first, sir, to address your question about speed cameras, currently the Mark Wendell Traffic Safety Act, which was enacted in the legislature to allow red light cameras, that was specific to red light cameras. So currently in the state of Florida, speed cameras are not allowed to be used for automated speed enforcement. So unfortunately at this time, we can't really engage in that. I think that's a little bit unfortunate because speed cameras have been shown in quite a few studies to work. I think our red light camera program definitely works. It works to prevent those T-bone crashes at the intersections. It works to change driver behavior because our recidivism rate is pretty low. So, but unfortunately this time we can't really do much as far as speed cameras go. So to your question about the narrowing of Bayshore. Chief Bogish can probably chime in from his point. First, I'd just like to say while I'm not a traffic engineer, I did spend 3 years as a traffic homicide detective, so I do keep up on a lot of data and research about traffic issues. I fully support Chief Bogish's position on speed bumps. The research has shown that they can each speed bump, each individual bump can reduce emergency vehicle response time up to 10 seconds. So if you're talking about Bayshore that has 4.4 miles between Platt Street and Gandy, you're going to have a lot of speed bumps in order for that to be effective. That would severely impact our response time and Tampa Fire Rescue's response time. Now, as far as closing it down to, a 2-lane roadway, I really don't know how that would impact the response times. Obviously, there would need to be enough space where, if citizens who are driving see an emergency vehicle coming, they would need to be able to have the space to pull off the road to give that emergency vehicle, space to get through. But, of course, if you're going down a 2-lane roadway with a divided marker, you're going to be halfway into oncoming traffic. So the emergency vehicle is probably going to be driving significantly slower down Bayshore Boulevard than they would if it was not a 2-lane road and they did not have to go into oncoming traffic. So I think it would impact things. I know personally, when I used to work in South Tampa, if I had to go from Gandy Boulevard up to Davis Islands, Bayshore Boulevard was the best route to take. When you go on McDill, when you go on Dale Mabry, you end up getting into more traffic. There's more lights. There's more of a possibility that you're either going to crash or cause a crash. It's going to take longer. So I agree with Chief Bogish that Bayshore is just a very, very important road as far as emergency response goes, both from the police side and the fire side.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Yes, Mark Bogish, Tampa Fire Rescue, and thank you very much for the question. But Captain Mesmer was right on target there. There's a lot of variables that go into play when you're talking about a 2-lane road versus a 4-lane. Of course, time of day plays a very, very important role in that, and the traffic load depending on the time of day. And as he suggested, how that 2-lane street is set up. If there is no place for automobiles to pull over to the right, such as emergency lanes or some type of a space or a turn lane down the middle that emergency traffic can utilize to get down the roadway, then they're forced to go into oncoming traffic lanes, and that provides a bit of a dangerous situation for both the responders and the public as well. So really, I wouldn't be able to answer your question as to how much time it would add. Yes, of course, it would add time depending on the time of day, but those other issues are probably the most important issues as far as danger to the public and danger to the responding units as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, everybody. Councilman Dingfelder, any questions, sir, or short comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, all. A couple of questions and comments. In regard to the volume of traffic and probably on occasion the speed of the traffic, I think the elephant in the room is McDill Air Force Base. Obviously, we're very proud to have McDill. We're good partners with McDill and everybody, civilians and military, that are out there. And I'm not pointing my finger, but the reality is especially during peak hour, a good portion of that 39,000 trips per day comes or goes from McDill on its way typically out toward Brandon, Valrico. I'm wondering if, I don't think we have anybody from the Expressway Authority and or from McDill Air Force Base on this call, and I think we should next time we discuss this. I know Jean and her staff work closely with both the base and with the Expressway Authority, but I think those are two critical partners that can help us with this issue. For at least the last 20 years, I've been urging the base and the Expressway Authority to figure out a way to get those folks up on the expressway, because as the officer pointed out, when you're coming from Gandy going downtown, the best alternative is to get up on the expressway. And I've heard a rumor that the Expressway Authority is now looking at a possible program to encourage the base folks to get up there. If anybody has information on that, Ms. Duncan or your team, maybe you can fill us in on that. So that's question number one. Gene Duncan, question number two is, and I don't know if you spoke to it, you and I talked about it earlier this week in regard to some possible recreational openings, not only in the Bayshore, but some other nice boulevards that we have around the community. And if you could speak to that in a generic way, that would be good. And the third question I have relates to this TICO issue. And I guess I would encourage our legal staff and our policy folks to perhaps start an initiative with the Public Service Commission statewide with all of our brethren in the League of Cities to work with the Public Service Commission and get the TICOs and the other utilities around the state, allow them to increase lighting. As Mr. Citro pointed out, if we have better lighting at our intersections, and TICO could be the one to do that, then we would have safer intersections. However, TICO can't necessarily pay for that unless Public Service Commission allows them a rate change. So anyway, those are my three comments or questions. Perhaps Gina, you could chime in on the TICO PSC one.
Councilman Dingfelder, Gene Duncan here. I'll start out on your questions. The first one regarding STIA, the Expressway Authority, they do have a program that they've started to try to incentivize folks to utilize the crosstown more extensively. It's actually going to be available to the public starting in July. So we encourage that word to get out, and folks that are traveling to the base to take a look and see if that's something that would be amenable to them in terms of the cost that they've been having to pay for using the crosstown, as well as for the trip that they're making to the Air Force Base. On your question number two, regarding what we call open streets, making our certain roadways available to the public, particularly on the weekend. That is something that we are very interested in. That was one of the recommendations that came out of Mayor Castor's transportation advisory team as part of her T3 initiative, T3 being Transforming Tampa's Tomorrow. So we're certainly interested in working together and possibly in the future with some sponsorship to make open streets available, not just on Bayshore as a potential location, but different locations throughout the city, because we believe that this is a great active transportation option we can give people. And we do believe if people utilize the streets in this manner, when they then get behind the wheel to actually, drive on the roadways, it gives them a different perspective, and hopefully that translates into some more good and positive behavior. Your third item regarding TICO, certainly Gina Grimes can chime in, but currently we are working with TICO, as the Department of Transportation is as well, to put additional street lighting out on our roadways. That's a service that we pay TICO for, and any modifications of where TICO would be paying for that would be quite interesting, but currently I don't think that that is something that is in the works. But we do have a very good relationship with TICO and are working to get more streetlights out strategically and with the LED lighting that will make things safer for the roadway. So I'll stop there, and maybe Gina Grimes would like to speak about your comments about the Public Service Commission. Thank you.
If I don't think Ms. Grimes is here.
Well, that's fine. I'll follow up with her individually. Just one follow-up question to Ms. Duncan. Gene, you alluded to some other nice boulevards that we might be able to open up. Just for the people that are listening, can you identify, some of the ones you've been thinking about or looking at that have potential, like the Bayshore?
Well, another one that we've looked at is Nucio Parkway. It's ideal if we can find a roadway that has a median where we can have a more simplified maintenance of traffic or detour opportunity. We've also looked at New Tampa Boulevard up in New Tampa. So we're looking at opportunities where we could have minimal, if any, Tampa Police Department requirements, because that reduces the cost. And we also would want to reduce the detouring that would be associated with these, so that we don't, create one opportunity which then results in maybe a different problem. But we have some locations in all East Tampa, West Tampa, New Tampa, North Tampa. So those are a work in progress. We aren't really ready to publish a list per se, but it's certainly something that we are working on, and very, have a high expectation that we'll be able to do some of these as we go into our different phases of COVID-19, where this would be an appropriate type of activity for our residents.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next, Councilman Goods, you may go, sir. Any
Thank you.
questions or brief comments?
I'll do both of my comments toward the end after public comment, but I just have a few questions that I think the public needs to know, or maybe Ms. Duncan can tell them. Ms. Duncan, I'd like to know if you can tell the public what an arterial road is and why it's utilized.
Why? Yes, Councilman Goods. So your question was, what is an arterial road? And I'm sorry, what was the second part of that?
What is an arterial road and why do we have them?
Okay, yes, that's a very good question. We have, basically our roadways have different functions. And a lot of that is obvious to the layperson, some of it is not. So we have a hierarchy of roadways in our roadway network. At the highest level are interstate systems, where you have an expectation of high-speed traffic, possibly lots of traffic, and very limited access or interface as you're driving on that system. And then the next level of a roadway is what we call an arterial. And those would be our roadways that are for longer trips typically. They usually have higher speeds and higher capacity than a city street, a residential street, but they carry higher volumes of traffic and are often can be identified in the city of Tampa as our state roads, or Hillsborough Avenue, Bruce B. Downs, Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. So those would be what we call arterials. The next level of roadway down from that is what we call our collectors. And the collectors are roads that are sort of an interface between a residential street and a higher speed state road, such as Bush Boulevard. And for example, in South Tampa, those would be Azeel Street, Lois Avenue, roads that carry traffic that is not circulating in a neighborhood, but it's going from a neighborhood to another location outside of the neighborhood. And then the lowest level of a street is obviously a residential street. So we want the roads to function in those hierarchy levels, and we design them for that purpose. And we want to encourage through our design the utilization of those roadways in that manner, so that we don't have, for example, lots of traffic cutting through a neighborhood where that is not desirable, or trucks going through an area where there's schools that is a safety issue. So thank you for that question. I hope that answers your question.
Well, I knew the answer. I just wanted the public to know what it was and why I still have you when we talk about This workshop was for the entire city and also Bayshore. We look at 40th Street. We look at Hannah. Could you tell the public, because I have some people who are texting me about it, what are those roads?
So 40th Street is an arterial street, probably what we would call a minor arterial, but it's a very important roadway that connects a good distance up from North Tampa down to South Tampa. Hannah Avenue is what we would call a collector street. It is a mix of traffic that's traveling through from a point A to point B in the general area of East Tampa, and a mix of residential traffic that is seeking a destination. So 40th Street is what we call higher functioning street than Hannah Avenue, and would have higher traffic volumes and more through traffic on it than Hannah Avenue would.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. I think the next one will be for Lieutenant Mesmer. When we talk about traffic enforcement, what are the manpower hours that are spent on Bayshore Boulevard and especially on 40th Street? That's a big concern in my district. I know Councilman Carlson. So what is the manpower hours as it relates to speed or traffic enforcement?
I don't have specific data on manpower hours. I know last year we had 368 specific special assignments on Bayshore. I think there were 74,000 traffic stops on Bayshore. I don't have any data in front of me specifically for 40th Street, but that's definitely something that we can pull and we can get.
Well, thank you very much for that. You know, again, the workshop was for all to Tampa, and Bayshore was a hot item, but I really have to share that very much comment with you.
Thank you, Councilman Goods. Councilman Maniscalco, any questions or short comments, sir?
No questions at this time. I'm going to reserve my comments for after we hear from the public, and then I'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Miranda, any questions or short comments, sir?
Thank everyone who's been participating and those who are waiting to speak. We have gotten countless of hundreds of emails and phone calls in this office, and just like Councilman Carlson said, we have the same three areas that he spoke about. However, you know, speed got to equal some consequence. When you drive around the city, you see some signs that said, violation speed doubles the ticket price while men or women working. And I don't know if that's possible to have the legislature through our legal department under the guidance of Gina Grimes and Mayor Castor to start a movement to pick the areas of the city of Tampa that have these high traffic and death consequences because of speed, and have those in the same areas that fall under the repairing work done, fines double. Something has to be done that's innovative, that's different, because in this country, in this city, and in this nation, all of it is based on speed. How fast can you run in sports? How fast can you climb a hill? How fast does your motorcycle go? Let's drag down the street, see what the car can do. Not one of us that's listening or seeing this can tell me that they haven't seen at least one car a week take a red light. Not one of us, I see them all the time, one at least a day on a motorcycle that you're driving and they're passing, zoomed between traffic, weaving in and out. And we are just based on speed, on time. And it's got to change. And we have to change the culture of these things that are happening. That's why speed, each of consequences, has to be part of a new culture that is taught from day one when they start kindergarten all the way through high school. So that when you leave there, you understand that that key is a key to your freedom to leave and go when you want, but also as a consequence if you violate the laws. And these are the things that are not taught. These are the things that I need, in my opinion anyway, have to be remembered on a constant basis so that we fall in line with the idea that we certainly don't want to be involved in any consequence of speed that kills someone. What's happening in this country is a shame. And it happens every single day in America. Speed causes somebody to get killed. and it's got to change. And I'm glad that these things are coming out. I'm glad that we're getting these things on the forefront of the agenda so that we can try to work something out, not only to solve the consequences of speed on the Bay Shore, but consequences of speed throughout this great city. And I think that would help all of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Okay, before we go to public comment, just me briefly, I have no questions, but I wanted to state something which I think is the obvious, that when it comes to design, when it comes to helping bicyclists, when it comes to pedestrians, when it comes to road projects, they're going to protect those pedestrians and bicyclists that we're speaking about here today with regards to speeding. Are the tremendous threats that we face as a city and a community through not only potential lower revenue in a post-COVID-19 economy, but up to $300 million lost as well, depending on what happens with all for transportation. So certainly that train for 2020, if we lose in the Supreme Court, has apparently left the station. But if we do lose that particular case in the Supreme Court, or the two cases, I should say, we'll take such a tremendous hit with regards to safety to our streets. I was concerned about the AFT funds, which is why I lobbied the commission to give us more time to move forward with any replacement tax. Now we are where we are, but we're looking at a couple of major hits as a community, major hits whenever it comes to safety in our roads. And so we as elected officials and concerned citizens who are listening, we've got to be vigilant on that, very, very aware. And I know everybody is, because when we talk about Bay Shore, when we talk about places like Himes, Bush, Armenia, MLK, Hillsborough, Fowler, Howard, et cetera, these are all going to have increased challenges because of what could transpire. And that's a shame. Okay. Next, we move forward to public comment, and I believe we have Ms. Suling. I know we have, I believe it is 47 individuals signed up. But prior to that, I believe we're going to hear the messages, correct?
That is correct, Chair. We would definitely begin with the voicemail messages, and the first person on that list is John Acosta.
My name is John Acosta. I reside at 2402 West Morrison Avenue, Unit Number 3, Tampa, Florida, 33629. Thank you for allowing my comments. I am asking our elected officials on City Council to address the safety of our roads, especially Bay Shore Boulevard. There are too many crashes on our city streets due to the speeding, and we can no longer pass it off as a lone individual breaking the law. Tampa is recognized as one of the most dangerous cities for pedestrians and cyclists in America. You either attribute this to the people who reside in Tampa or the design of our roadways. I, for one, do not believe it is the people, and I sincerely hope our elected officials do not blame the people who elected them. I trust you will direct your attention and efforts towards the safety of our road designs, especially with Bay Shore Boulevard. What does it say about our city and the elected officials when the most popular and well-recognized part of our beautiful city, Bay Shore Boulevard, continues to have pedestrian and cycling fatalities due to speeding crashes, and our elected officials do almost nothing to address the issue and make Bay Shore safer? How many people need to be killed before the City Council realizes that the status quo is unacceptable? Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Okay, the second person on that list is Joseph DeSenza.
Joseph DeSenza, 712 West Fribley Street, 33603. I'm calling in regards to Thursday morning's meeting about speeding on Bay Shore Boulevard, and I just want to strongly recommend that should speed bumps or speed tables be considered, they not go in the bike lanes. Bikes don't need to be slowed down, and the tables are really awful. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker will be Linda Becker.
Linda Becker, 345 Bayshore Boulevard, speeding on the Bayshore. I have lived on Bayshore for 36 years, first at the Diplomat and currently at 345. It has been a beautiful area to live in. Unfortunately, as of late, we have been experiencing the racing of motorcycle and cars up and down the Bayshore at all hours, but particularly in the evening. This has caused the tragic deaths of innocent people just trying to walk or ride their bicycles, which is their right. They were law-abiding, following the rules. The speed limit has been reduced and crosswalks have been installed. The situation has not changed. I believe the only answer is to have the law enforcement on the scene. Please, let's stop these unnecessary deaths and breaking of our laws. Thank you for your attention. Linda Becker.
The next speaker will be Pamela Papis.
Hello, my name is Pamela Pappas, and I'm a resident of the Element apartment building located on Cass and Franklin Street in the Arts District of Tampa. And despite living on one of the upper floors of the building, the nightly drag racing and revving of motorcycle engines throughout the streets of Tampa wakes me from a sleep and rattles the windows of my apartment. The noise occurs anywhere between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. every single night. Besides being a sleep disruption for any working professional and a danger to pedestrians, it's a deterrent for anyone that wants to maintain a civilized living arrangement in downtown Tampa. This is our home, and I imagine if any one of you had multiple loud speeding vehicles traversing the front of your home at all hours of the night, you would notify the authorities, consider the potential danger, and even relocate, taking your spending money to a different city. The city of Tampa has been trying desperately to change its image from a desolate urban center to a thriving cultural community where people can eat, work, and play. I chose to live at the Element to support the city's effort to attract professionals into a transitioning part of the landscape. And attracting higher income earners to the downtown area means businesses, restaurants, shops, and the arts can thrive and add to the economic and cultural growth necessary to transform Tampa into a city that people want to live in. Without the cash flow of urban residents infused into Tampa, the city will suffer monetary loss once again, and the streets may return to their former condition of an outdoor homeless shelter. I've lived in and around the city of Tampa for almost 20 years, and this particular part of town could be on the brink of a massive transformation. Is this how you want to treat the people that could transform the city? Who do you expect to live in this cacophony? Do we not also have a right to a peaceful place to live? Between the deafening train whistles, helicopters, shouting from the streets, construction, and traffic, the downtown residents are already asked to put up with a lot of noise and at an elevated price point. So more than just a noise complaint, consider the economic repercussion of high-end residences made unlivable by a segment of the population that doesn't contribute to the financial, economic, and cultural vision that Tampa has worked so hard to establish. I personally will be moving out of Tampa if I cannot get a reasonable amount of peace and quiet during the night. Thank you.
Next speaker is Robert Booty.
My name is Robert Booty. I live at 345 Bayshore Boulevard, Unit 511. This is on the subject of speeding on Bayshore Boulevard. I live on the 5th floor of our building, and our balcony overlooks Bayshore Boulevard and the streets leading onto and off of Davis Island. I have written about the speeding, drag racing, and the associated noise pollution to our current Mayor Castor on 2 occasions and have spoken to her secretary once, and I also wrote to our previous Mayor Buckhorn on 2 occasions. Mayor Buckhorn referred my request for some action on Bayshore Boulevard to the Tampa Police. I then heard from a corporal on the Tampa Police who told me he was in charge of the officers that patrol the Bayshore Boulevard area. The corporal said they had written over 500 tickets in his area over the past year. I remarked that this was less than 2 tickets a day and was obviously not enough to stop the problem of drag racing, speeding, and associated noise pollution. Really, nothing of any consequence has been done to correct the speeding problem. I realized that after the loss of a mother and her baby on May 23rd, 2018, which was 23 days after I wrote the first letter to Mayor Buckhorn, that the speed limit was reduced on Bayshore to 35 miles an hour. And a few crosswalks with yellow warning lights were installed. But unfortunately, these costly steps really did nothing to stop speeders, drag racing, and the associated noise pollution caused by these unlawful actions and muffler systems that have been tampered with to attract attention. And as you probably are aware, we had another fatality on April 4th of this year on Bay Shore between a motorcyclist who was part of a group of 3 motorcycles, one of which was riding on its back wheel, and a bicyclist who was crossing in a marked crosswalk near Rome Street. Both the bicyclist and the motorcyclist were killed in this horrific accident. Here's what the Tampa Times had to say was Mayor Castor's reaction. She issued a statement saying that she has ordered the chief of police to crack down on speeding and dangerous driving. No loss of life on our streets is acceptable, the mayor said. I can, if you require it and call me, I can get you an additional copy of the letter that I sent to Mayor Buckhorn on April 30th, 2018. As a board member in our building for the past 5 years at 345 Bay Shore, I have received complaints on several occasions from residents in our building referring to drag racing and speeding on Bay Shore Boulevard directly in front of our building. I am so glad that hopefully our voices will finally be heard by our current mayor and that our Tampa Police Department will finally do something meaningful to stop the drag racing and speeding and save lives of citizens and guests of Tampa who are simply trying to enjoy Bay Shore Boulevard. Respectfully, Bob Booty.
And lastly, we have Valerie Jones.
Hi, yes, my name is Valerie Jones. I am the mother of Alexis Miranda, who was hit by a car by Chamberlain High School in 2015. I am calling in regards to, I would like to make a comment about the speeding issue we have here. I'm hoping that we can do something about our speeding regulations and trying to fix those. I feel like it's an ongoing issue, not only on Bay Shore, but throughout our county. And, you know, I just continue to pray for changes to be made in areas that are at high risk. And as we know that, you know, Bay Shore is one of those areas, but we also have problems throughout our county with that. I know we're implementing the Vision Zero, or it seems like we are, and I'm happy about that, and I'm hoping to see some changes real soon. As y'all know, that this is something that's dear to my heart. Speeding was involved in my daughter's accident. Although they don't like to look at that, it definitely was, and just hoping for some change. So I thought that I would call and see if my voice would be heard as well. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for all you're doing, and I'm hoping to see some changes, positive changes. Thank you.
Okay, that being the last one, Suling, now we move to registrants, correct, who are to speak. Before that, I wanted to say a word about our last speaker. I know Valerie Jones, and her daughter Lexi Miranda, I believe, would have turned 22 this week, in fact, I believe. And I know Valerie, she's a really good woman, a woman of strength and tremendous faith, and she's gone through hell, quite frankly. And I just wanted to say thank you for her speaking out on her experiences and for reaching out. She's a safety activist here in Tampa, and she wears her heart on her sleeve. So thank you, Valerie, and God bless you if you're listening. Okay, we move to the webinar registrants, and each individual, this is very important, has up to 3 minutes to speak. Please do not go beyond the 3 minutes. If you would like to go less than, you do not have to go up to the 3 minutes, but you have up to 3 minutes. And I know everybody is looking forward to hearing what everybody says here today. So Suling, shall we begin?
We shall. And just to let you know,
Thank
Chair,
you.
I will set a timer. So once they hear that ring, their time will be up and they will be placed on mute, okay?
Thank you, ma'am, for your work. Thank you.
The first person I have is Christine Acosta. Christine, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself.
Now, Suling, this is Luis Vieira. I have here a list of webinar registrants, and I don't know if your list is the same as mine. My first one is Rochelle Reback. I don't know if you have a different list. I just wanted to make sure that was Mr.
We're moving backwards because of the fact that we're going by who registered first, and unfortunately, our webinar gave me a list of who registered last. So we're moving backwards. For now, I'm going to.
Okay, and if I may, before were people told that they were going in a particular order? I just want to make sure.
Yes, I sent the email out. They didn't know what order they were going in, but they were aware that they were going by the way they were registered.
Okay, there you go. Okay, go ahead, ma'am, please.
Being that Christine is still on mute, I'm going to move on to Sean.
I'm sorry, I am now available. May I speak?
Yes, you may.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and City Council, for allowing this special workshop to be held during the coronavirus Safer at Home order. My name is Christina Costa. I live at 2402 West Morrison Avenue in Tampa. I'm the business owner operator of a social enterprise that focuses on active transportation and bicycle commuting. I have worked with over 100 companies in this region to certify them as nationally recognized bicycle-friendly businesses. I am an accredited riding and safety instructor. I provide tours of bicycle facilities to planners and engineers. I have personally biked in over 30 cities in 10 countries. I'm the former executive director of Walk Bike Tampa, which is widely credited for bringing Vision Zero to our community following the death of Lexi Miranda. And you just heard her mom speak. Lexi would have been 22 this week. My advocacy results from two experiences: caring for my father at the end of his life while he was bound to a wheelchair, and being a 45-year-old bike commuter attending HCC. I biked to HCC on Dale Mabry. These things really change the way I see our built environment. Today's meeting will focus on motorist speeds. As you listen and learn, consider these versions of the word speed. Speed limits are the responsibility of system creators, while design speed is the speed a driver naturally travels as a result of the built environment. Speeding is something that system users often do. I'm sure you've all glanced at your speedometer and noticed that you're way above the speed limit, and this is when you've succumbed to design speed. In Hillsborough County, 70% of the top 20 high crash corridors have speed limits 5 to 10 miles an hour above the national best practice. An additional 15% are posted 15 to 20 miles above the recommended best practice. These high speeds have enormous negative effects on every single aspect of life in Tampa: safety, access to jobs and education, transit use, recreation and health, and disproportionately so for people of color and our socioeconomically disadvantaged members of our community. Our roadways tell the story of our values. Council members, please look to roadway designers, the various departments of transportation at all government levels, and apply your political support and ask Mayor Castor for the same to remedy our high-speed problem. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Sean Euskadis.
Hello, good morning. My name is Sean Euskadis. I reside at 903 South Packwood Avenue in Hyde Park. I really appreciate you guys taking the time today to bring us all together, because this is a real issue around speeding and pedestrian safety, especially around Bayshore Linear Park. I'm here as a resident today. I'm also here as a board member for Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. And I want to speak on behalf of our board that we are all committed to improving pedestrian safety and reducing speeding, both on Bayshore as well as throughout our neighborhoods. I'm very active in the community. I founded one of our largest running clubs and biking clubs here in Tampa. Our transportation and pedestrian safety crisis is real. It's not pausing for COVID nor anything else. We continue to rank as one of the worst and most dangerous areas in the country when it comes to this. We as parents, I've got 2 young kids, we currently worry about our children as they go out, as they walk, as they bike, as they go to school. We worry about our friends and our loved ones as they go out to exercise. Just a couple weeks ago, we watched as one of our friends was ripped apart on the road, and another friend took his shirt and wrapped it around his leg that was severed. We need to challenge this fictitious belief that we've heard today that we can't do something differently, because we can. Many great cities across our nation have already implemented speed tables on roads like Bayshore. Call it a speed pillow, an offset speed hump. You know what? We've got the ability to innovate. We've got the technology. We've got to throw away our foolish beliefs that we can't do something differently because we think we can't. So while police presence helps reduce speeds, sometimes maybe, you know, we see these officers, we know where they sit. Okay, it's the same place. They're always at Rome or Dakota. You know what? When you're on a bike and you're going down the road on the curve, their cars are speeding by and they know to slow down before they get to where the officers are going to be, when they're rarely there. Once a day, yes. For a couple hours, yes, maybe, when you add it all up, but it's doing nothing most of the time. So a little bit of background. I've lived around the world. I've been able to see how cities have dealt with this in numerous different ways. I moved here to Tampa 15 years ago. You know, this is an ongoing issue, and it's not just on Bayshore. As back from a homeowner association standpoint, I get calls pretty much every week. Can you slow down traffic on Rome, on Morrison, on Willow? I'm sure you guys do too, as Bill mentioned earlier. Our current model is not working, and we need to do something differently, and we need to begin to pilot things. We need data in order to support our decisions, but we
by over 150 participants today. If we were live in person, you'd see a packed room, so please keep that in mind. I also want to recognize that Bayshore is not our area's most dangerous street, but it is one of the most public and visible ways for this council, for our county, and for our mayor to start to change driver behavior. I want to thank the council for this meeting, and city and TPD and fire rescue for their efforts to keep us all safe, and recognize Chief Bogus's concerns that any changes we make must keep our heroes in mind, and personally oppose speed bumps as the solution. But we do need a solution. Our metro area is #2 in the nation, the whole nation, for pedestrian deaths per capita. It's a horrible record. Bayshore is a priority corridor, as mentioned by the fantastic Vic Bide. It's our second most common source of speeding complaints, as mentioned earlier, and it is a source of outrage that 4 pedestrians have died in under 2 years, and countless more have been injured on what is a public park and should be our area's most amazing natural resource, not a fatal highway. We need a solution, and you have in your emails, part of public record, the 506 pages of individual signatures that make up those nearly 9,000 people who want to see a safer Bayshore. The goals of that movement are: 1, further reduction in speed limits. It happened overnight in the previous administration. It can happen again. Alternative use of Bayshore. Vic mentioned that Bayshore operates differently at different times. It should be used differently at different times. We should join the countless cities across our country and across the world that during this coronavirus pandemic have adopted slow streets policies that reduce traffic lanes, that reduce speed limits to allow pedestrians and bicyclists to safely use that space, but still allow fire rescue to get by and the whole city to function. I'm a proponent, and the people who signed this petition are proponents of an open street policy on Bayshore to close waterside lanes for the weekend, and am a strong advocate for future redesign once and if funds become available. Bayshore can serve all needs and can serve our emergency services and our heroes on MacDill while still creating a true waterfront park with resilient and sustainable landscaping that protects pedestrians and bicyclists from traffic fatalities. We need long-term vision. We need to commission redesign options through the city with public partnership and participation. We need alternative use now. Bayshore should be closed on the weekends, at least the waterside lane, so people can use it as a park. And we should implement slow street policies like many of our neighbors are doing. We have to be ahead of the curve in terms of innovation for the coronavirus recovery, and we need to further reduce speed limits. Thank you for your attention for this matter. I appreciate your advocacy.
Thank you, Mr. Eagleman. Next up is Taylor Ralph.
Thank you, Councilman Carlson and others for bringing this attention, to this matter. I want to get right to it. I think it is important that we recognize that there is a speeding and unsafe driving conditions throughout our city. But I do think that Bayshore requires special treatment or at least special focus because it is a place that all of our city can use as a place of respite along the water, as a place to connect with nature, with their community, and to exercise and enjoy the beautiful waterfront of our city. It feeds directly into our downtown and connects to our Riverwalk. It connects important communities south of Gandy and the Ballast Point area to downtown. So I believe that we do need to do no harm. That's the first thing that you try and do is no harm. And right now, Bayshore is designed as a highway, a divided highway with two lanes going in their own direction. So essentially we have two one-way roads on Bayshore in a place where thousands of people recreate on a daily basis. And that is a huge problem. I want to address a few of the comments from the chief, the police representative and the fire representative. I completely agree that we need to ensure that our first responders are able to do their job effectively, but I do disagree that there are no other solutions available. There are tons of studies and information on the Federal Highway Administration website about how you can install speed reducing implementations without affecting emergency response times. So I encourage the city staff, the city transportation staff, to work with the police and fire and ambulance representatives to help educate them on the ability to do these things without affecting drive times for them. But I do, it's pretty educational to hear that they use Bayshore as a quick north-south route to get places, and so that's the problem. The hierarchy of the 3 E's, I think that education and enforcement are important, but the first one that you focus on is engineering. And unfortunately or fortunately, the real reason we have issues on Bayshore is its design. Speeding will continue on Bayshore until the design improves. And I think that we need to be cognizant that a few vertical delineators as a test case on the non-water side of Bayshore is completely ignoring the problem of the thousands of people that are walking along the bayfront. So please implement those vertical delineators at a more rapid pace on the water side where people are recreating. Thank you all very much for your time, and I look forward to hearing more commentary.
Thank you. Next speaker is Josh Frank.
Good morning, staff, and thank you, Council. Josh Frank, 1003 East Hamilton Avenue. I am urban designer, a principal at Wide Open Office, and our office had the privilege to work with many members of the Bayshore community you've heard today to raise awareness and education on how to design safe streets. We do this for a living. Many of the projects you'll see out of the Tampa Moves program will come to potentially our office for design. So we know what we're talking about when it comes to safe streets. We said it then, and I have to repeat it now, we don't have a speeding problem. We have a design problem. Bayshore and all our numerous dangerous roadways are engineered for one fast, efficient, and concentrated purpose: to move more cars as fast as possible. We owe it to our citizens, our children, our city's health and economic competitiveness, to design our limited public realm for all users and for moving more people, not just cars. I'm glad to hear the city move to elevate this conversation, but frankly, the measures and methods discussed today by staff and representatives from TPD and Tampa Fire are beyond inadequate. Paint and talk are cheap and do not save lives. Conversations like what I just heard from staff are why we lead the state and the nation in pedestrian and cyclist fatalities. They are wholly car-centric. Cities around the country are implementing greater change by the mile weekly, and it takes us decades to restripe one corridor. We cannot achieve Vision Zero with zero vision. I would also like to provide some perspective for all our elected officials. To this date, COVID-19 has tragically taken 21 of our fellow Hillsborough County citizens, according to official reporting at this point. Even if that number is underreported, as it most certainly is, we have seen swift and drastic action to keep that number from growing further. Unprecedented, bipartisan, coalition-based, preventative, fast action. Good action. Action with a sense of urgency. Bike and pedestrian fatalities in Hillsborough County last year was more than triple that number, totaling 70 lives. Like our current situation, this is a largely preventable epidemic that will occur every year. Yet, we continue to labor on response and action in this regard. Now is the time to make change and treat this with the urgency it deserves. Do not dismiss this any longer. The time to act is now. Redesign Bayshore Boulevard, redesign 40th Street, reduce speed limits within the urban core, reduce parking minimums. You have the authority to do all of this as City Council. Take this approach across all our roadways and flatten this curve as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Salsena.
Hello, this is Linda Salsena, and I'm thrilled you're having this conversation. It's so tremendously important. I think that we need to immediately look at lowering the speed, like immediately, and then look at creating what Alex Engelman spoke of, the northbound area being closed to create additional recreation while we're in this pandemic, and then afterwards on the weekends. I talked about it 25 years ago, if not 30, 35 years ago. It's been a while. And we've never had an opportunity like this, both in terms of the need and the public outcry for it. So in your role as council members, I look forward to you taking the actions that Josh Frank just outlined. And also, the good news is the county commission, who used to be resistant to sharing decision-making with the city, has publicly said, the roads all in the city will give you money, but y'all need to make the decisions. So that's really a step forward. Anyway, thanks again for today's hearing, and I look forward to concrete action. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is June Kente.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you could go ahead and speak.
Oh, thank you. My name is June Kate. I live at 3301 Bayshore Boulevard near Beta Bay, and I walk every morning on the Bayshore. I often walk on the evenings, and I overlook the Bayshore. What is going on is horrendous. I know that the bicyclers, and this weekend I went on a bicycle ride with my daughter up in her neighborhood, which was absolutely beautiful. But the bicyclers and the rollerbladers and pedestrians on a 6-foot span of sidewalk is absolutely ridiculous. My very dear friend last week was hit by a bicycler, spent 2 days at Tampa General Hospital, has problems with her head and her shoulders. And I know you're looking at fatalities, but how about all the people that now are really afraid to go onto the Bayshore as a pedestrian because of what's going on with the walkers and the bicyclers? A couple of days ago, I attended virtually this meeting on bicycle safety, and there were 4 classes of bicyclers. Well, let me tell you, all 4 of them are on the Bay Shore trying to share that road with the pedestrians. And I get all the time in the morning because I'm on Facebook. They are afraid to walk on the Bay Shore. They are afraid, the bicyclers are afraid to drive on the Bay Shore because of the cars. I see, although I see bicyclers with no hands, with on their cell phones, going between people on either side of the sidewalks. It's ridiculous. I think we have to talk not only about speed, but density. I don't think the Bay Shore was set up for the amount of density that is now going on there. And after the coronavirus, you'd still have that kind of density. So as our city grows, we have to address the density, and it has to be redesigned. It's just not made for what is going on in our great city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have David Magreso.
Hello, everybody. This is David Magriso. Thank you for having me today. I think everybody's input has been fantastic. Quick background, I've lived in Tampa for 30 years. I did move to South Tampa from West Chase, specifically to enjoy Bayshore and the benefits of living in South Tampa. I also moved my office. I own multiple companies. I moved my office to downtown. I have 2 young daughters. And I have a quick story to tell because I think it's very relevant to what everybody's talking about. I was biking with my daughters going southbound on Bayshore, close to Swan, and one of my daughters lost control of her bike and almost got hit by a car going northbound. Ever since that day, my daughters are scared to death to be on Bayshore. So we have now moved to South Tampa and have not enjoyed Bayshore one time for over 2.5 years. That's a tragedy, and it's a tragedy that people are getting hurt and killed frequently. I've spoken to Gene Duncan and TPD, and everybody's very cooperative and very happy to speak. I'm personal friends with Rocky Radcliffe, from TPD, and I think everybody is on the same page. Everybody wants to be safe. However, more needs to be done. Right now with COVID, there's thousands of people flocking to Bayshore, even more so than there used to be. And with social distancing, this is going to be a permanent part of our lives, and there needs to be a permanent solution. Tampa has a lot of dangerous roads, but Bayshore is unique. Bayshore is a 4.4 mile linear park. That's not like any other part of Tampa. It needs to be treated differently. People's lives are at stake here. There needs to be a better short-term solution. I see TPD outside of Bayshore a lot, but it needs to be happening even more. I hear motorcycle speeding and racing nightly, daily. As everybody's mentioned, there needs to be a physical design modification in order to stop it. I have personally caught myself speeding on Bayshore as much as I'm an advocate for everybody not speeding. And that's because of the natural tendencies of people to want to go fast on a straightaway road. Personally, I would love to see Bayshore converted into a 2-lane road. I would like to see the 2 lanes on the water side closed to northbound. I don't know if anybody's been in Santa Monica. Santa Monica on the beach has dedicated bike lanes that go one each way. So you could repurpose the lanes for biking and running, and then dedicate the sidewalk for walking, strollers, and dogs. And then I would love to see the crosstown converted for commuters and first responders. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is John Reisinger.
Okay, my name is John Reisinger. I live at 2938 West Knights Avenue. I am Jessica Robinalt's uncle, who along with her 21-month-old daughter Lilia were victims to teen racing on Bayshore almost 2 years ago. First, I would like to thank the citizen first responders and Tampa Fire Rescue for getting Lilia to 2GH expeditiously, where she would become an organ donor, giving life to others. Also, thank you to Gene Duncan, the Transportation Department, and Jackie Toledo for their efforts in placing a crosswalk at nights in Bayshore. A question for the TPD Special Ops Major. Understanding the legal restrictions on using speed cameras to cite violators, given the changes to the state laws regarding racing, which allow for video camera evidence from eyewitnesses, couldn't publicly owned speed cameras allow for racing violation evidence on Bayshore as well as on the Courtney Campbell Causeway to be captured, allowing for the targeting by your units of repetitive violators? And last question is, what educational efforts and support for technology adoption of voluntary speed monitoring apps by families for their teen drivers is under consideration? And are we considering improving our driving simulator programs in our county driver training programs for teens to encourage them not to be racers and to adhere to the laws of the road? Thank you.
And this is Councilman Vera. Sir, before you get off, you asked a series of questions. If you want to reach out to my office, we can work to get answers for you from the appropriate entities. You can email me or just look me up, Louis Viera, V-I-E-R-A, and we'd be more than happy to help you, sir.
Thank you, Louis.
Yes, sir, and God bless you, and thank you for coming on for your words. Thank you.
And thank you for the support from the community to our family.
Yes, sir. We got your back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kevin McGuire.
Good morning. My name is Kevin McGuire. I live at 777 North Ashley Drive. And I'm coming to you today to discuss the epicenter of the speeding and the drag racing. While the focus is on Bayshore Boulevard, the speeding and drag racing is rampant throughout the city. It all starts in the Poe parking garage nightly from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. every night. There's people congregating in there. There's people doing burnouts. They're drag racing through the parking garage. The road through the bottom of the parking garage has people loitering, congregating, and is just a stain on downtown, is the only way to explain it. We've been in contact with several entities. The Allied Security Company has been very helpful with people that are loitering in the parking garage. The problem is that they don't have any enforcement on Polk Street, which is in the bottom of the garage where people are congregating. Just to give you an idea of what's going on there, they're meeting there with all of their high performance cars and motorcycles. They're leaving there, they're going down Ashley Drive, street racing, and then they're ending up on Bayshore. I know I have friends that live on Bayshore, and that's where they're all ending up. They're coming back to the city in the other direction. The Poe parking garage has kids jumping on trains. There's people filming sex acts on the roof. They're standing on tops of cars, riding them around in the parking garage. They're throwing scooters off of the roof of the parking garage. We've had a meeting in the past with the Drana people, Downtown River Arts Neighborhood Association. We've had this meeting with TPD and Orlando Goods, and we've seen nothing. There's been absolutely no change of activities in the Poe garage or the street racing on Ashley Drive and Tampa Street. To give you an example, last weekend, there were 3 calls to Tampa Police Department for street racing, burnouts in this garage and on Ashley Street. When TPD arrived, there were 41 cars in the bottom of that parking garage, and all of those cars are going down to Bayshore Boulevard from the Poe parking garage. 2 weeks ago on a Saturday at 4 o'clock, there were more than 50 dirt bikes, four-wheelers, going through the city on sidewalks, chasing people off sidewalks, on wheelies. These vehicles aren't even licensed to be on the roadway. They're coming from North Boulevard and going down Cass Street, through the Poe parking garage. Hello?
And if I may, sir, Suling, if I may, sir, just for a second, Suling, does that mean his time was up?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That
your
wasn't
your
3
time is
minutes.
up. Thank you very much, sir. It was according to our watch. That was 3 minutes, right, Suling?
That is correct.
Okay. Sorry, sir. If you wish to further discuss this, I'd be more than happy to speak with you outside of this later on today. You can contact my office, Louis Vieira. Thank you very much, sir. Next, please.
Yes, next speaker we have is Kimberly McGuire.
Hi, my name is Kimberly McGuire. I live at 777 North Ashley Drive in the Sky Point building, which is directly across from Curtis Dixon Park and the Poe parking garage that Kevin was just speaking about. And just to piggyback on what he was saying, we regularly see this sort of activity going on here in the downtown area. I understand concerns for Bayshore very much, but I think that a lot of the activity and the reckless drivers that are ending up on Bayshore Boulevard are beginning here in the downtown area. And just like Bayshore, there are a lot of people here in the downtown area coming to Curtis Dixon Park, coming to events, and coming to enjoy the park and the Riverwalk. And this behavior by these drivers is just really disturbing to all of us that live here and to people who come to visit this area. The parking garage is becoming a nuisance property with these gangs of high performance and modified cars coming here and tearing up the city streets, driving aggressively, causing a nuisance on all of our roads for pedestrians and other drivers. It's disruptive to our general enjoyment of life here in the city as well. And we've had a number of friends who live in this downtown area who are or are considering moving out of the area, which I think is just a really sad thing. It's a beautiful city. We have a great opportunity for a really enjoyable lifestyle down here. And for the city hoping to draw more and more residents to this area, I think this is a real deterrent. Street racing, speeding, and reckless driving in general is just not a problem on Bayshore Boulevard. It's something that's occurring all over the city. There is a significant and growing problem, and it's not being addressed properly. What we need, I think, is not necessarily more signage, more roadway adjustments, but we need enforcement of what is already in place. If drivers are continually operating vehicles with no regard to posted speed limits, signage on the roads, traffic laws without penalty, then we're in effect endorsing this behavior and encouraging it to continue. What we need is a better police presence on the streets enforcing those traffic laws. They need to be holding drivers accountable and ticketing them, hitting them where it makes them think about what they're doing, and that's in their wallet. They don't have regard for other people, for our safety, for enjoyment of other people of anything. So we need to address it in a ticketing manner, making them accountable.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your time and thoughts. Suling, next, please.
Yes, next speaker I have on the list is Richard Jewell.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chairman, council members, members of law enforcement, our Tampa fire and safety people. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your service. My wife and I moved to Tampa. I reside in 1202 South Granby Avenue in Hyde Park. I'd particularly like to say hello to Council Member Miranda, who as a 27-year veteran of criminal investigation in the state of Michigan, I served with when he was there as a racing steward for the horse business. So it's good to see him and to be here today with you. We lived in Chicago and Detroit prior to here. In Chicago, I was a member of a biking club, and I biked, and I felt safer biking in Chicago than I did in Florida on Bayshore. And we use Bayshore regularly. I can tell you the hundreds of times that I've almost been hit trying to cross the street, biking on the street. The speed limits that are in effect are ineffective. The tools that have been implemented are not reducing the median speed of vehicles on Bayshore. And my heart goes out to those of our enforcement officers who are doing the best that they can. I also taught criminal justice at Michigan State University for 9 years, and I understand the research, the education, the need for re-engineering, and the need for enforcement. And in my opinion, I think the only tool that we can implement immediately would be to reduce the speed, reduce the speed limit again, and implement something that I do not like, but I think in this case it's necessary, and that's the use of speed cameras, so that those who are speeding are ticketed, and the awareness of these speed cams is posted so that people will slow down. Nowhere have I seen speed limits quite like Tampa and in Florida. I have driven all over this country and other places in the world, and it is a speed zone in Florida. It's just known, and I hope that we can alter that perception, because the perception of safety is really what we're dealing with here. People are feeling unsafe, the former comments from my fellow citizens. And sadly, I was friends with 2 of the people who were killed on Bayshore. And it's horrendous to have to see families suffer for that. And my wife works at Tampa General Hospital. That's why we moved here. She is a chaplain in the trauma, and she sees daily the travesty that is caused by vehicle and pedestrian accidents. So again, I do want to thank you for your service, council members, police and fire. And I hope that we can come to some quick and positive implementations of procedures, policies, and engineering that will reduce the speed on Bayshore. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker we have is Chaitra Reddy.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can speak.
Hi, yes, good morning. My name is Dr. Chitra Reddy. I live 1 block off Bayshore Boulevard on Harborview Avenue. I would like to say my thoughts and prayers go out to everyone who's reached out to me the past couple of months, the people who have died, their families, pet owners, people who are still alive but have been hit. So anyway, I'd like the park, the linear park, how is that considered a park if it's in the middle of a highway where people clock at 70 and 80 miles an hour? I'm not really sure how that could be considered a park. Another thing is that we are unfortunately have an epidemic of obesity with our children and adults, and an epidemic of loneliness. How are we supposed to address these issues if people have no place to congregate that's safe? I have a 5-year-old daughter. I'm terrified to let her bike ride on these streets here. Children cannot congregate, children cannot run, children cannot walk because everybody's looking away. You know, when are we going to stop looking away? Bayshore needs to be revamped. The crosswalk currently, my brother was visiting from New York City and he was like, what is that? You know, we were born and raised in New York City and we've never experienced anything like this. The flashing yellows, that universally all around the world means slow down. It does not mean stop. People visiting from outside of Tampa have no idea what that means. And so he easily could have hit somebody. It was dark and he couldn't see the lines. So really the whole of Bayshore Boulevard needs to be rehauled and, you know, made to be a safe and secure place for our families and our children, drivers, bikers, walkers, pet owners, and everyone else who has a right to enjoy this beautiful area in this beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Beth Bates. Beth, if you're on the line, can you please unmute yourself so you can speak?
Okay.
All right, Chair.
Seth?
Oh,
Yeah, let's move.
okay. Next speaker I have is David Starner.
Good morning. My name is David Starner. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I have lived at 3325 Bayshore Boulevard for 5 years. I ride my bike and walk regularly on Bayshore. Over these last 5 years, I have watched city crews twice replace sections of the concrete wall that vehicles have crashed into. Unfortunately, last time a jogger lost his life when this happened. And it is reported that the driver was high on drugs and alcohol, but he was not speeding. He just came off of a side street and drove across the section there and struck a jogger and tore out that concrete. I certainly would endorse speed bumps, but we need to go beyond that. I really believe we need to completely have a separation of the pedestrian traffic from the vehicular traffic. A permanent barrier is needed between these two groups. At MacDill Air Force Base, they have a cable system running along their sidewalks to prevent vehicles from getting into sensitive areas. There's lots of ways of getting this accomplished. A permanent barrier would assure the hundreds of pedestrians that use Bayshore each day that they would be safe. My girlfriend is just fearful to go out there now after what is happening because she doesn't know what will happen. She is feels very unsafe, even though she's lived here for 15 years. One day this winter, I counted 422 people using this iconic stretch of sidewalk. I'm asking you to take the steps needed to ensure the safety of every one of these individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karen Kress.
Hi, it's Karen Kress at 7513 VV Lane. I've enjoyed listening to all the rock star advocates in our community and agree with the comments. I'd like to add my voice to this choir. So many people are suffering during this unique time. Finding the silver lining can be tricky. Helping to solve a long-standing problem in our community, safety on our streets, is the right move right now. We've never seen so many people slowing down to explore their neighborhoods on foot or bike. It's actually tricky to maintain social distancing with such narrow sidewalks in neighborhoods lucky enough to have them. Bike shops are running low on inventory, but our citizens typically don't even know the basic rules of the road. Our drivers are finding roads without congestion. Since our roads are designed for speed, whether they intend to or not, drivers find themselves speeding. It's not the best approach to design wide open roads than punish people for using them as designed. There has never been a better time
floor, 3301 Bayshore Boulevard. So clearly, being on the 20th floor, I actually see a lot that goes on Bayshore. I have lived on Bayshore Boulevard since 2001. And since then, I have seen an increase in racing, excessive speeding by all types of vehicles. Groups of cars, motorbikes, typically on a Friday and a Saturday, between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. They race down Bayshore in large groups from north to south. This has been an ongoing issue. I feel strong that the city has lost control of Bayshore Boulevard and our prestigious street. These speeding events are not sporadic, but ongoing. In addition, just last week, my husband and I witnessed 5 groups of 6 cars rolling down Bayshore with lead cars racing for short distances and then going back to their groups. I assume there are clubs or groups. When there's a situation or an accident on Bayshore Boulevard, I feel the police is present for a very short space of time. And slowly, there seems to be no police for a while. In the evening, we see no police whatsoever. I just feel there's no sense of urgency in this matter. We've lost lives. How many more lives is it going to take for us to take action? Motorbikes, cyclists need to use the sidewalks and use bike lanes. We've seen many misses with mothers, children, and dogs. Due to the increase in construction and increase in new residents, we have not created an effective process to address this issue. And so my fear is that these accidents will continue. If you stand in front of the Holy Academy School and watch traffic from south to north, people are speeding and texting. When you witness this, there are so many people that do not feel confident, including myself, to basically walk on Bayshore. And what we started to do is started to take the sidewalks. That's very, very sad when you think that we moved to Bayshore to enjoy Bayshore. The young lady this morning mentioned, June Kate, that she doesn't feel comfortable walking on Bayshore. We've had a gentleman mention that he will move from West Chase and move to Bayshore and not even enjoying Bayshore. I would favor to close down northbound traffic for pedestrians, cyclists, families and dogs and children so they can enjoy. So this would be an extension, I'm sorry, of the downtown project so they can enjoy Bayshore. There has been many areas that have done this that have been very, very successful. On a final note, Bayshore has never been a main road like Dale Mabry, and I feel that's what it's becoming. We cannot afford to lose any more lives, so action needs to be taken immediately. Thank you for your time, and I hope together we can make Bayshore a place where families can enjoy and feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Connie Giabate.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and speak.
Hello?
Go ahead, Connie.
Hi, thank you, Celine. Hi, my name is Connie Giabate. I live on Davis Island, and as many of you know, we also have a problem with speed. I'm kind of the anti-speed advocate for Davis Island, but our household also uses Bayshore. So we're very understanding that whatever's happening on Bayshore with racing motorcycles and vehicles are also coming to our Daytona 500 circle that is part of the design of our road on Davis Island. So I fully support the Take Back Bayshore and the Vision Zero efforts to make Bayshore and our neighborhood streets all over the city compatible and safer for all users. I'm an action person, so I would like to recommend that amongst all the planning, because that takes time and resources that sometimes get reallocated away from their original intent. So I would like to recommend that the City of Tampa commit to a major education and enforcement campaign in June, this June, for the National Safety Council's recognized National Safety Month. That campaign can include the involvement of residents, use of yard signs and banners in the front yards and businesses. And with the help of Sue Ling, I believe I have submitted the yard sign that I have already made for my front yard, and my banner is ready to go. I also recommend that we use New Jersey's very, very successful enforcement program that was a full month of focused enforcement that generated a large amount of additional revenue. Also, provide flyers, brochures, and social media postings that describes measures that citizens can take using technology and the city resources to reduce the incidence of speeding vehicles. In other words, change the culture by empowering the citizens. Also try to change the culture by educating people to use the word crash instead of accidents, because these tragedies are not accidents. They're pre-planned by somebody pre-planning to speed. I believe there are other preventative programs that can be developed, but a commitment to move to action this June would be a good start and very much appreciated by a lot of the citizens of Tampa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Lisa Shasteen.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you could go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Lisa Shasteen, 2920 West Harbor View Avenue, Tampa, Florida. Thanks to everybody in the city for continuing to address this difficult issue. And I have to say my heart goes out to Valerie Jones and to the gentleman on Bayshore, John, who lost Lilia and his family. It's a tragic situation that, you know, I've been affected by, you know, firsthand right here at the epicenter of a few of these crashes. So, you know, Bayshore is a very difficult issue. I understand that it is an arterial, it is a park, it is, you know, a showpiece, it is a place where people go for exercise, it is a social gathering place, it is all of these things. And as Mr. Bide, you know, pointed out, it serves multiple functions, but I would suggest that we look at we need to prioritize these functions. And I think that's what all the callers are talking about, and I echo all of the previous comments. The primary purpose for me for Bayshore, because it occupies such a unique position in our town, is that it is a very special place. It's a park. It's some place where we enjoy things, and we are trying to get it to do too many jobs simultaneously. And because it is so unique, maybe we ought to treat it uniquely. It used to be simply an arterial, and yes, the different governmental entities, you know, the county, DOT, Tampa, they all had some, you know, say-so as to what happened on Bayshore. And I'm glad to hear from Linda Salzena that decision-making has been handed to the city. And I echo the gentleman who spoke, I think he was the second caller, that, you know, we do need to start thinking differently, and we can. We don't have to be bound up with all these previous rules. And I'm a lawyer, I completely respect the law, but we have to be able to break out of some of these things. You know, the issue with street racing, I have to say, it is a planned event. This has been going on for years. How can we not know about this? I mean, it happens regularly. It happens on time. People get together. It's not a secret. They're there. I mean, TPD is right downtown. Not to criticize TPD at all, but I'm just saying this is something that, you know, could, if we prioritized it, we could, you know, address it. But if Bayshore is going to be the jewel of our city, that photo that everybody sees of the city of Tampa, you know, inevitably features Bayshore. I mean, we don't go take a picture of West Shore Mall and say this is our city. We take a picture of Bayshore. This area, this park, this beautiful place, it occupies a specific function. So thank you for your time. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Allison Date.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, now you can hear me?
Yes, you may go ahead and say.
Okay, hi, I'm Allison. I live off of Bayshore on Chicago Avenue. And I came here from living overseas and do not have a car, so I walk and bike everywhere, just about, or use public transportation. And I have been appalled. I'm so grateful for this because it's an issue that I think is so important to this city. And my whole week has been dealing with different agencies. And there's so many agencies that have to do with traffic. I'm trying to help with an underpass with Thea. And then there's MoDOC, who's trying to do the toll roads through the center part of Florida, and now this. I'm really happy because of being near Bayshore. I would like to say those posts that are put in for the bikes are really good idea. They're only in one little section, but I feel so much safer having those there. I think there needs to be a lot more education, even of pedestrians, because pedestrians are not using the walkways. They run across in front of cars. So that has to work. Tampa, we need to have the traffic here, and because of the way South Tampa is, they've got these old streets that are too narrow. They cannot be expanded. And there's the development that's going on is just astounding. And there's no coordination between the different departments in the city. They don't like talk to each other or something, or they compete with each other. So you've got to stop the development because there's no room, and the infrastructure here is antiquated. It needs to be improved, which includes the roads. So that's where money needs to be going, and a mass transit system. Why are there no buses that go on Bayshore? Why can't the people going to MacDill have a bus system? They get in, they leave their cars somewhere and get on buses at regular times and go. Like some of the people go to the hospital that way. That should be happening. Also, I think Tampa in general needs a skyway kind of thing for the mass transit, because get it off the ground there, because we don't have any more room in the streets. Reducing the traffic, that's great. And I do not understand why the city can't change the video thing for recording who's speeding. That should be done. I don't care what it takes. There's no reason why we can't do that in that area, because too many people have died there. It's like becoming a common thing. Every month there's somebody's getting killed on Bayshore. You don't want that. So put some, anyway, thank you. I'm glad this issue has come up. There's a lot to do here, a lot of work to do here, and thank you for addressing it.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker we have is John Owens. Owens, I'm going to need you to unmute yourself if you can hear me.
Yep, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, this is John and Layla Owens. We live at 815 Bayshore Boulevard. My family's lived on Bayshore for just about over 5 years. And the volume of traffic, as we're all talking about today, is just way too high. And it's a dangerous road for pedestrians, cyclists, motorists, and it's way too loud for residents. You've all seen the stats, the accident stats, and have heard the complaints. And so we're hoping from this hearing that hopefully the city puts more emphasis and a sense of urgency on making Bayshore safe. I've seen many pictures of Bayshore from the past, and the city and residents have done an amazing job at making Bayshore a destination for many to see and enjoy, and it is a beautiful road. However, because of its mixed use and the population growth, it's become dangerous by design. We need a solution to make Bayshore safe now and for years to come for pedestrians, cyclists, and residents. The reduced speed limit to 35 was not enough. The crossing zones and lights are an improvement, but signalization alone is not effective. We'd like to see the speed limit reduced to 25 or under. I believe the presentation on safety through speed management reinforces this need. We'd also like to see a program created to reduce the price on the Salmon to make it more affordable for military personnel. And if we could close down Bayshore to the 2 lanes on the weekends, I think that would promote a healthy city, and also would accommodate the increasing amount of pedestrians and cyclists and the public that are currently overwhelming the 6-foot wide walking path. Also, more police presence that would be consistent. Since the cameras aren't an option, if we could have a consistent police presence in multiple locations would be a major improvement. And also improving the lighting at night around the crosswalks as well. Also, there are no texting or driving signs that I know of, and texting while driving is 6 times more likely to cause an accident than driving under the influence. Finally, the signalization shows effort from the city, but it's not effective without reduced speed limits, a stronger enforcement effort, and design improvements to the road. We'd like to see a more aggressive and effective strategy to make Bayshore safe, but until a long-term strategy is established, I don't see why we can't reduce the speed limit to 25 or under now, increase the police presence and have a more consistent police presence, and then close down the lanes closest to the water on the weekends to accommodate people exercising during COVID-19 that are currently overwhelming the sidewalks. Thanks again for this hearing and for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker I have is Elizabeth Corwin.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Corwin at 2521 West Maryland Avenue in Bayshore Gardens. I've been living here since 2012, and I've been concerned about safety on Bayshore since 2012, particularly in reference to the safety of the young, the old, and the disabled who might want to take advantage of the sidewalks. As Vic Beattie said today, speed kills. The easier we make it for vehicles to speed, the more fatalities we will see. Fatal crashes don't happen during rush hour. The 4 fatalities that have taken place most recently occurred during daytime crashes, late morning, not during rush hour. In the long run, we need to either slow non-rush hour traffic with obstacles or by closing lanes when traffic is light. In the short run, why don't we use the COVID-19 period as a pilot for closing lanes in the long term? Many other cities have closed major streets in the last month in order to accommodate COVID-19 guidelines and to facilitate residents getting exercise. For the police and the fire departments and the first responders, closing a couple of lanes doesn't mean emergency vehicles couldn't use them. They could be closed to non-emergency vehicles, but still available for emergency vehicles. We can follow other cities in doing this. Thank you all for having this conversation today. I've learned a lot, and I hope this is the beginning of rapid action to make some sensible and life-saving changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Dan Resinger.
Yeah, this is Dan Reisinger. My Uncle John spoke earlier on the death of my daughter and my niece Jessica and Lilia on Bayshore, coming up on 2 years now. And my hope and prayers were that it would, I would get some closure and that some action would be taken and that it would never happen again, and that no family would have to go through what we did. And I know it's impossible to stop everyone from speeding, and it's impossible to say that there will never be a fatality on Bayshore again, because accidents do happen. But the lack of change that I've seen from Tampa government, despite my emails, social media, questions, comments on posts, has been extremely frustrating. I appreciate this effort today. I appreciate the first responders who need Bayshore as an access point. I do agree with some of the callers that, if speed bumps aren't an option for this first responders, that there has to be another solution. And if that's redesigning Bayshore, then maybe that's what needs to occur. I would say that, as financial leaders in a government position, you have concerns about costs. I would ask you what the cost is of my sister's life and the others that have been killed on Bayshore, my sister and my niece. To me, there is no cost on that. If you have an economic cost and a reason to not do that, I would be more than happy to hear that response and have that conversation. But there has been no response, via email or social media from, the city of Tampa in any way. I live in Cleveland, so I don't know if it's that I need to go down there. But I hear everyone on this call who is saying that they don't feel safe in Bayshore. I've unfortunately associated that with all of Tampa, even though that I have family that live there. Friends that want to go there, I'm recommending that they don't. It will be a very long time before I come back to Tampa unless change is made. And I wanted to thank everyone for putting this meeting together, and hopefully we can see some change, and hopefully that can be accelerated. Thank you for your time.
And sir, this is Chairman Vera. I just wanted to thank you for your words, and they're very heartfelt, and everybody here is hearing and listening to you. And I just wanted to say thank you very much for the memory of your sister and your niece. God bless you for whatever it's worth from me and from all of us, sir. Thank you for your words.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, and hopefully you and others can push forward to make change happen sooner than later, so no other families have to deal with what we've dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Emily Wagner.
Thank you, Suling. I'm Emily Wagner at 502 Swanee Circle. I'm here to speak about ongoing reckless driving issues on Davis Island, which are interconnected with the Bayshore issues and the downtown issues. And they all need to be addressed together if we're going to actually solve this problem. DI problems are concentrated on East and West Davis and Severn around the parks. So this means the problems are the worst where we have the most pedestrians and bikers and kids. And secondarily, of course, the noise factor is an issue because so many of those problem vehicles are illegally modified. I can speak to the severity and the frequency of the general problem, but specifically to an incident I witnessed this previous Saturday where there was a wrong-way driver in the DI village with a passenger hanging most of the way out of the car, probably traveling above 60 miles an hour, certainly well above the 40 that we were just shown causes deaths in more than 90% of the pedestrian crashes that occur. There's actually a very good video of this. Unfortunately, it's not able to be shown during this meeting. If you need it or would like to see it, you can email me at emilywagner206@gmail. I'd be happy to share it with you. This is not a temporary issue here. It is constant. And it's not a minor nuisance. It's a major problem. And guys, this part is really important. Because we aren't talking about speeding that can be fixed by awareness or education or feedback signs, because these drivers are speeding intentionally. So to hear the police department say there are only, quote, sporadic problems, when we can all clearly see this is obviously occurring every single day, it supports the serious concern that the city and law enforcement are strangely unresponsive here. From the city specifically, there's a lot of discussion, but there's no apparent movement that's evident to the typical constituent anyway, that there's no apparent movement toward mitigation, like speed tables and cameras actually happening. And from law enforcement, police are responsive to calls, but that presence is mostly passive. And the enforcement that is happening, it's just not sufficient to decrease the problem. It's being treated like a nuisance rather than a major problem. And so the problem is actually getting worse. And the general feeling is we'd like to see law enforcement conduct a visible, concerted effort to enforce and deter this with much higher consequences than currently exist. So to sum it up in a sentence, I think residents are frustrated with the problems that are going on and on with no improvement and just getting worse. And we want to see serious changes in how this is handled. And I'd just like to conclude by posing two questions to the council. One, regarding communication from the city and law enforcement to us, we need more than just talk about it. We need accountability. So where can any average resident see and track the plans to address this in our area? And as far as us communicating to you, we don't want empty platitudes when we reach out to you. So how can residents do a better job of effectively reporting and communicating with the city and law enforcement to provoke meaningful action? Thank you for holding this today. I'd like to add it's my first time to participate in something like this. And I'm just telling you that to show you that it's a serious enough issue to cause people like me who wouldn't typically participate on this level to come to the table. And the number of participants here, I think, is significant, and it should be considered a mandate for swift and aggressive action. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Chris Vila.
Hey, everybody. My name is Chris Vela. I live in Ybor City. I feel like these workshops is like Groundhog's Day. We had a couple, there's been a lot of comments said, and we're still seeing a lot of people die in a road, and it's very, very aggravating. I'm going to go ahead and give you a quick timeline of how I work with the city and the responses I get. I met with the city staff, Gene, Calvin, Milton. At times I talked to Vic, and I provided them why new FDOT interstate exits dumping into historic neighborhoods would be detrimental to my neighborhood in Ybor City. Can you believe I have to explain that to these experienced folks? And while DOT was having public meetings about this project unaware to residents in East Tampa, our own YCDC spent money developing a survey for this project with no option to say no, which is incredible. And this is exactly how FDOT and FIA played Tampa with fast roads. And then if you don't want them, they'll do funding threats to withhold any type of capital improvement projects. And to date, I haven't heard anything from Vic or Orlando about the traffic data that I provided to show that this exit will be extremely dangerous. Now, in 2016, the city DOT told us during a meeting that if we don't accept interstate widening, we won't get a cycle track. And this is when I say a lot of the decisions that come out of the county and cities are ones that are based on promotions and pensions and not for the welfare of our citizens. And why is this a local issue to this whole conversation? Well, you shouldn't have cars at 60 miles an hour from an expressway or interstate interfacing with old neighborhoods with grids or neighborhoods with parks and civic spaces where we need to have safe roads. This isn't science, this is straight up common sense. Nor should we have 4 and 6 lane roads in neighborhoods or fast multiple ones cutting through neighborhoods. This is a big reason why we're in the top 10 under street blocks dangerous by design. It is also unfeasible and unfair to throw every cop against bad road design, and just as bad as throwing beacons or cameras. This is simply a big red X acknowledging that we have dangerous roads. And this is the only point where we all agree, but the problem stops there. It stops there when the city and the county leaving us stranded. Things go deadly with behavior control over intuition, which can be addressed by better road design. Vic shouldn't limit himself to speed. That isn't a prime metric. Transportation should be based on carbon footprint reduction. It literally controls speed, promotes equity with transportation modes, and yes, it helps with speed. Transportation also has a center point. That is, people of all ages always come first, not cars, not vehicle miles traveled, and not car level service. Tampa, we have an obsession of getting the largest SUVs and trucks, and it isn't just about performance, it's geometry. There's no reason to own a car. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Luis Villarosa. Mr. Villarosa, if you can hear me, please unmute your line.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You could go ahead and speak.
Yes, I think my initial comment was to promote in the very near future closing down the waterside lanes on Bayshore on weekends. I think we need to look at that most shortly, because speeding is not the only issue. Texting is a major issue. I've had 2 friends that were hit in broad daylight by somebody running a red light while they were distracted by some kind of device in their car. So I don't know where speed would help that on Bayshore. I think it has to be closed down. I think that's the ultimate. I just want to emphasize that point. And
I'm sorry, let's stop the clock. I think somebody isn't muting their phone. This is Louis Vera. Orlando, I think that's you, buddy. Let me. Let's hold just 1 minute. Okay. I'm gonna call him on my other phone. You know what? Let's, so that we don't hear Councilman Goods' conversation. Go ahead, sir, and I'll give you the full 3 minutes just to make up for that. So go ahead, sir. You may, and Suling, start the clock over. You can continue, sir. Go ahead.
Are you talking about to Mr. Villarosa?
Yes, sir. Yep, Lewis. Yep.
Yes. To begin with, I certainly would want to emphasize that we look strongly into closing down the waterside lanes of Bayshore on a weekend basis. I got speeding problem, but there's other problems. I've had 2 friends that were hit by people who were distracted by some device in their vehicle. This is in broad daylight. So speeding is not the only problem. Texting is a major problem, and other distractions that are in the vehicle. So I want to hope that the city will strongly look at closing down the waterside lanes on Bayshore. I think that's the ultimate solution. I thank you for your time. Okay, I'm done.
Oh, yes, sir. No, thank you. We thank you. Suling, you there?
Yes, thank you. Next speaker we have is Aaron Elser.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon. My name is Erin Cassidy Elser, and I reside at 2519 Crowder Lane, right behind Fred Ballpark. And my family and I will celebrate our 20-year anniversary in Tampa this July. And I am very active in the community. My family runs a local title insurance agency here as well, and they too remain very engaged locally. In fact, my father serves as the chairman of the board at Tampa Hillsborough Expressway Authority. He too is on the call today and understands the concerns and shares the desire to change the traffic flow. And we'll have news to report when road usage returns to normal. And most importantly, I'm here today because we love our Bayshore Boulevard. And I say we, referring to myself, my husband, my 9-year-old stepdaughter, my parents, and my sister. And we consume Bayshore daily, whether it's running, biking, walking, or making our short drive into the office or on our way to our homes. You see, we purposely have chosen our homes and our office to be close to Bayshore, as it's truly a Tampa treasure and one we are blessed to have in our backyard. But Bayshore is a park. It's not a highway, despite how it's designed and treated. And as previously mentioned today, the long stretches, as you know, of uninterrupted pavement welcome speeding and perpetuate dangerous behaviors by our drivers. In May of 2018, my mother witnessed a terrible accident unfold before her eyes as Jessica and Lilia Ravenel were struck and killed by teenagers racing on Bayshore. Now, I was up the street at work when I received my mother's horrified call, screaming and crying, unable to make sense of what happened. I ran down to Bayshore to find her, but instead what I found was the most horrifying scene. Lifeless bodies of both Jessica and her baby girl and 3 very visibly shaken and shell-shocked teenagers sitting in the median. Now, me, like others, have not been able to shake that image from my mind in nearly 2 years, and I pray daily for all the families involved. But I also fear that one day it could be me or one of my family members or friends. So when the recent flashing crosswalks were installed and the speed limit was lowered, I was happy and I thought, okay, this is a start. Maybe Bayshore will start to feel a bit safer. But it's not. It's far from it. I can't tell you how many times I push that signal. I wait, but I still watch cars fly through the crosswalk in an effort to beat the signal before I start to cross with my 9-year-old in tow. Now, fast forward to not 1, but 2 more fatal accidents this year alone, 2 in just 4 short months. We lost notable and loved community members in George Gage and Hal Flowers Jr. I am disheartened and I am fearful. Our beautiful Bayshore is turning into a morgue, and I no longer feel safe or feel the same sentiments of joy and safety that I once felt. Now, I may not have all of the answers, and trust me, I am well aware that there are other areas in Tampa that experience far more accidents daily, but Bayshore needs to remain a park where we as pedestrians can enjoy it for what it is and feel safe in doing so. And while I noticed an increased police presence on Bayshore, and I'm grateful for that, until we can design the Bayshore and the culture and change how it's treated, we will inevitably face further tragedy. So I'm calling on our community members and elected officials today to rally together in support of reimagining Bayshore with lower speed limits, increased patrolling, more traffic lights, separation between vehicles and pedestrians, and an ideal world, closing the waterside lanes. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Next speaker we have is Alexander Hernandez.
How do you do? Can you hear me?
Yes, you could go ahead and speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Hernandez. I live at 10663 Cardero. Let me start by saying that I do occasionally drive on Bayshore Boulevard, headed into MacDill Air Force Base, and I recognize the beauty it provides to our city and the importance as an economic aesthetic to Tampa Bay. The truth of the matter is that speeding is in of itself a danger, but a real look to how it should be addressed before any solutions are agreed upon or economic impact is felt. Vehicles are only one aspect of what should be discussed. People on foot or bikes are sadly sometimes just as much of the cause of the problem. Citizens use the thoroughfare for two reasons: practical utilization and or scenic route to get somewhere. If we value the view of the route over the safety of all citizens, we limit our ability to act. The truth is those pedestrians who live close don't want to change the view from the inner side, and I presume like the idea of one huge crosswalk to get near the water at any point they choose. This is especially important to note as the only individuals who do not have to cross the boulevard live at the furthest end to be on the water side. Drivers equally want to enjoy the drive, but are now the automatic villain and can no longer enjoy the scene no matter how low you put the speed limit, and unfortunately now hastily use the road to just get where they are going. Additionally, Bayshore is used because streets inland have cars on both sides of the street that make the lanes too narrow to be used as an alternate to the boulevard, definitely when cars are going both north and south. If speeding is the only issue at hand, you can add road bumps, block off one lane in each direction, set up cameras to ticket speeders, clear other streets to allow for alternate routes. If you want to address the dangers to pedestrians, you can build a small wall on both sides of the road that allows for entry at already designated crosswalks and or cameras to ticket them as well. Maybe build a bridge to get to the water side. Maybe allow for Bayshore property, roads included, to be bought. Decide if the view or safety is really the issue here. I only ask that the situation and its solutions be holistic and transparent, and what is it trying to accomplish, such as continue to show the beauty of Tampa Bay for enjoyment, as well as economic marketing, and to use this time of minimized traffic to make any construction changes. Thank you again for this opportunity, and as always, stay safe.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Rochelle Reback. Rochelle, if you could hear me, please unmute your line.
Rochelle, you there? Rochelle?
Okay, Chair, she was having technical issues earlier, so she did send her comment to me directly and asked if I could read her statement if she was not able to get online. So I'll go ahead.
Of course you may, go for it.
My name is Rochelle Reback. I have lived on various streets in South Tampa, all adjacent to the Bayshore for 35 years. Over the years, the Bayshore, the jewel of Tampa's parks, has become now a deadly and dangerous roadway in need of change. That recognition has to be our starting point. Ironically, as I listen to this hearing, TPD says that drag racing is not a big issue on Bayshore. Yet every speaker so far who lives near the Bayshore has talked about experiencing speeding and hearing the motorcycle racing on Bayshore every night. It may be anecdotal evidence, but it is still true. I believe the Bayshore should be treated as the linear park it is, not as the commuter highway and speedway. Sorry, lost my spot here, give me a second. It has become. It should be reformed in ways that enhance its charter as a park, character as a park, and that encourages its use as a park, which means improving it for the use of bicycle commuters and recreation first, and for safe vehicle traffic second. If we follow these priorities, we will naturally address the speeding and dangerous road condition that the current configuration of the road encourages. With that in mind, we need to close the two northbound waterside lanes, In that space, we should add a protected two-way bike lane adjacent to the median that separates bikers from pedestrians adjacent to the water. Right now, the sidewalk is overcrowded with bikes and stroller and pedestrians because the bicyclists are afraid to ride in the roadway and there is too much competition for the narrow sidewalk. A protected bike path, okay, I'm sorry. A protected bike path could also be used and only shared with emergency vehicles headed to TGH. Now, emergency vehicles share the road with cars. They use a siren and cars move aside. Bikes could do the same. Preferably, this new bicycle parkway should be created using some sort of permeable material to help with flooding. We should lower the speed limit to 25 miles per hour in the remaining two, now southbound, traffic lanes. Those lanes should be then 2 one-way lanes, each going north and south. This will encourage commuters to use the crosstown as they should, making Bayshore traffic subject to one-lane travel each way, while still allowing emergency vehicles a way to get to TGH quickly in the bike path, will easily decrease the likelihood of speeding and passing. Additional traffic calming devices and crosswalks would also help, but making the southbound lanes into one lane of traffic each way would do the most to decrease speeding. We should expand the width of the waterside sidewalk for pedestrians, rollerbladers, stroller, power walkers, and the like. We should increase the numbers of crosswalks down the Bayshore. Simply adding additional traffic lights will not solve the speeding problems, as explained in many articles, specifically by Reed Ewan, a professor at the University of Utah. Who literally wrote the book on traffic calming state of the practice. Stop signs and traffic lights tend to increase drivers' speed between them to make up for lost time. In all, we should remake and reconfigure the Bayshore with priorities for safe recreation and bicycle commuting first, and for vehicle traffic second. This would enhance its value to the city as a signature recreation area and also serve to reduce the vehicle speed of the vehicles who use it. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that. And I just wanted to say, before you go forward, Suling, you're doing a great job. Thank you. Go ahead.
No problem. Next, we're going to go back to
Thank you.
Beth. It's spelled, her last name is spelled D-A-T-R. And I'm seeing if she's going to self-unmute. Beth, if you can hear me, please unmute your line.
You there, Beth? Beth?
Okay. Well, with that being said,
On to
Chair,
the next one.
that is all the speakers that have logged on.
Oh, so that's all the speakers that we have?
That is correct. Everyone has not logged on. We have approximately 17 registers that did not log in to be recognized.
Excuse me. I just unmuted. This is Beth Dar.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, there
I'm
you go.
sorry. I'm not very astute at this machine I've got in front of me, but I did want to say I'm Beth Dar, 3301 Bayshore Boulevard, Unit 1207, Tampa 33629. I thank you all who participated today, and thank you for letting me put my 2 cents in. I don't have very much to say except to commend those who so eloquently spoken. The 2 things I would like to say is that I believe that the education is good, but I think it's far outweighed by the need for us to have enforcement. You can't make people be legally responsible if they don't want to. And I think that the deterrent would be there, the little healthy fear of getting a ticket. And I agree with increasing the ticket. I wouldn't mind Bayshore Boulevard being known as a speed trap. I don't know what would be entailed in that, and a lot of people would be against that. But I really do think that we need to have more patrolling and more stringent punishment for that. There are a lot of people who just use it as a show-off place to say, oh, look how fast I can go. Look how much noise I can make. I know they enjoy hearing the echo off of the condos along Bayshore. I understand 500 tickets have been issued this past year, And that was less than 2 per day. And I think warnings are wonderful, but I still think we need a healthy deterrent to make people stop and slow down. Thank you so much for letting me put my 2 cents in. And thank you all again for all that you're doing toward making our area. One more thing, I understand several years ago that a private citizen donated 19 motorcycles to the police department to use to curtail speeding on Bayshore, and that they were used heavily. And after then, there was almost no incident of anything bad happening on Bayshore. So I don't know what happened to the motorcycles or how long ago it was, or even if it wasn't true, but I've been told by several people that it was true. I don't know whether there'd be any merit in us taking up a collection to buy some motorcycles for the police department and to pay some people to utilize them, but I'd be willing to contribute a hefty sum for that. Thank you again, and I'm off the shore now. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Suling, so nobody else for public comment?
No, sir. Everyone on the list has been spoken for, except for those that did not log on to register.
Suling, Mr.
Okay.
Chair, Chelsea Johnson texted me and said she's waiting. I don't know if she's on the list or not, but she said she's waiting.
She is not on the list.
Is anybody else waiting?
We have 17 people that did not speak, but they did not log in.
Okay. I mean, if Chelsea wants to speak for 2 minutes, I mean, if there's, I want to make sure, is there anybody else who is waiting to speak who has not registered?
If that's the case, we have Chelsea Johnson and Maria Costello that's also is requesting to speak. That is not.
Okay. Since we had so many no-shows, I'll let those 2 folks speak. That's fine. 3 minutes apiece. I have no problem with that.
All right. So Chelsea Johnson, you may speak now for 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Chelsea Johnson, 3313 Home Court in Bayshore Beautiful. I'm a lifelong resident of South Tampa, and I've lived in Bayshore Beautiful for almost 5 years now. And I did register to speak, and I've actually been on this call since it started. So I appreciate you giving me some time because I have been waiting for a couple of hours. So I've listened to all the comments, and I have a few things that I wanted to add. In my capacity as the neighborhood association president, I get complaints about traffic and speeders and also cyclists. My neighborhood association is launching something called Bells on Bikes, and we're working with our elected officials. We're just getting it off the ground with a volunteer that's very passionate about this, that feels that cyclists are not alerting pedestrians of their presence, and sometimes they're going, very fast. So we do want to work with the cyclists to increase the safety for pedestrians and cyclists as well. The Bayshore Beautiful Neighborhood Association has discussed with the elected officials closing Bayshore Boulevard dating all the way back to 1995. At that time, it was Councilman Bob Buckhorn that was proposing that the city close lanes on Bayshore Boulevard on Sundays. Our neighborhood association opposed this in 1995. The reasons were traffic, lack of parking, lack of neighborhood and park amenities that people expect with a park, such as restrooms and parking and other amenities that you associate with a park. It is a major thoroughfare. It accommodates tens of thousands of cars every single day. And our concern as neighbors of Bayshore Boulevard is where that traffic will go if streets are closed down, if the speed limit is decreased. Currently, McDill is 35 miles per hour. If Bayshore Boulevard is reduced to 30 miles per hour, those cars will choose the 35 mile per hour route on McDill, which is very narrow, does not have sidewalks, does not have curbs, and has not been given the safety attention that Bayshore Boulevard has been given. Our residents suffer daily trying to cross McDill and Himes. It has become unsafe to do so on foot. I know I personally use my car because I feel safer in the car if I'm going to get hit by a speeding vehicle. So we do ask our elected officials and the professionals to evaluate McDill and Himes while they're dealing with the safety improvements of Bayshore Boulevard, because ultimately our narrow streets will be shouldering that extra traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair, we do have Rick Fernandez was able to log in, so he will be the next speaker.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you,
Fernandez.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we are, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I had an emergency this morning, wasn't able to log in at the front end. I appreciate being able to get in now late. I've not heard all of the public comments. In fact, I've only heard about the last 10 minutes worth, so I am a bit behind the power curve. I did, however, have an opportunity to review what Josh Frank had to say to you folks earlier in the day, and I definitely would like to associate myself with those comments. I'll simply say, as a representative and a resident of the Tampa Heights community and District 3 writ large, that we see every day the results of roads that are designed for speed. They are going to result in death. Being designed for speed, they're also designed to kill, and that's unfortunate. But we see the realities of it every single day. And we certainly see that reality in terms of the national statistics and where it is we stand among our peer metropolitan areas when it comes to fatalities. That's on us. That's on the people that are on the watch. And we're all on the watch if we're being responsible citizens. In Tampa Heights in particular, we're looking at Florida Avenue, Tampa, Columbus, I-275 that runs right through the middle of us, obviously, on every single one of those thoroughfares on any given day, especially now when demand has been reduced and all of those roads have become something akin to a racetrack. We're seeing traffic running through our neighborhoods at freeway speeds on the arterials, and on the interstate, I hear them running through at Daytona Speedway speeds. The motorcycles are coming through at speeds that have to approximate 100 miles an hour and more. And as far as I can tell, there's little or no enforcement going on any of those thoroughfares. Finally, it's critical that we have good infrastructure in place for first mile, last mile type of transportation in this community. That means walking, that means bicycling, that means scooters. And anyone using one of those modes in this environment is taking their lives in their hands every single day. We have to make things safe for them, or our entire transit infrastructure, such as it is going to collapse. I thank you for your time. I hope we can get some actual results from this meeting going forward, and I appreciate your service, each of you. Thank you. I'll cede whatever time is left.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maria Castello.
Hi, I'm Maria Castillo, and I live at 3318 West Palmetto Street. I'm calling in as a Tampa resident, also as the president of McFarland Park Neighborhood Association. I agree with my fellow neighbors and our board that speeding is an issue throughout the entire city. But what I think is very important, while we have had many callers mention Bayshore, that we do not forget about our other neighborhoods. These issues are not only in McFarland Park, but we know these issues are in Seminole Heights and East Tampa. One thing that is particular to our neighborhood is that we are right in the middle of Himes Avenue, as well as the interstate in Armenia. So in our small neighborhood, we have exit ramps to the highway. We have improvements, or so-called improvements, that were done to Himes, which is now forcing vehicles going at a high speed to cut through our neighborhood because there are only certain streets they can turn. Within that neighborhood, you have 3 schools, a senior center, and a park. I know many of our callers stated that they just now no longer use Bayshore or no longer use these streets because they're scared. But what happens in a neighborhood where you have older residents who do not have that option of just using a different street or not biking any longer or not driving their car? They have to walk. We do not have sidewalks, and we have very narrow streets that people are speeding through some are flanked by very deep ditches. So we're making this extremely dangerous. Not to mention, we are within walking distance to the stadium, which means we're having large events constantly. We're not just talking about Super Bowl, we're talking about every Bucks game, every USF game, the tractor pulls. This is constant. And now we know in just a matter of a very short time, we're going to have a huge development called Midtown, which is going to continue to have people that walk through us. I know on the first slide, someone did a presentation. They did show that some of the streets that were on there that they know are problem areas. Well, a lot of those are ours. That's Armenia. That's Columbus. That's us. That's McDill. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we have reached out. We've met with Vision Zero, sidewalk stompers. We've met with people from the traffic safety, TPD. We've asked for motorcycles. So we've been very vocal and we've been very proactive. So I just think it's very important that our neighborhood and other neighborhoods are not forgotten as well. I understand this was about Bayshore, but this is a problem everywhere. I heard the buzzer.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair, that is all of the.
Sulene, was that the last one?
That is the last one. I did go through the list that I have left and made sure that they were not logged in, and they were not. So that is it.
Okay, great. Okay, we'll go through each council member. We'll go in reverse order this time. I'll give each person, let's say, up to 7 minutes, 8 minutes. If you want a little bit more, we can play ball. For discussions, comments, etc. Like always, I would ask that when a council member is speaking, nobody chime in, and you wait your turn. And then when we go through each person, when we reach Councilman Carlson and myself, somebody else has to make an additional point. That's fine. But before we do that, Sulene, I said it before and I'll say it again. You did a bang-up job. Thank you for that. It took a lot of work on your end and running that public comment. Thank you very much. And everybody who spoke today, we appreciated all your words. We're taking everything to heart. You certainly have my word, and I know the word of all of my colleagues on that, but also wanted to thank everybody who spoke today for your cooperation and your patience, because this is a new format, and it goes without saying we appreciate it. Okay, so our friend Councilman Miranda, you will start first, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My feeling is that I've taken into all the comments that were made, not only by phone, those that came in by email, and the overwhelming different types of ideas. And I think to digest that, it will take at least a few more days before I can come up with some type of resolution on how to handle that problem and try to work it out. I would like to have a further meeting between the council and the administration to see where they're at and what's happening on the Bayshore and other areas that were mentioned in the city. But right now, I don't have a comment to make specifically to the Bayshore project. I'm in the process of digesting everything that I heard, and there's where I'm at, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Councilman Miranda. We appreciate it, sir. Our friend, Councilman Maniscalco, you may go, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been thinking about what was said during public comment, and I appreciate folks calling in and leaving recorded messages. And I mean, being a Tampa native, born and raised here, I've known Bayshore my whole life. I've not lived in the area, but I've traveled Bayshore many times, and I do on a regular basis. And I remember, and I've told this story before, but I remember my mother telling me one time that she was going to drive down to Bayshore to go walking, and the cringing and the terror that I felt, not that I don't trust my mother, but just imagining her trying to cross the street to get to the sidewalk side, to the water side, and walking and making it safely, thinking to myself, maybe overthinking, but, God forbid something happens. God forbid there's a speeder. God forbid. And we know of cases, they were mentioned today, and we're very familiar with them, of people that have been killed recently. So, thinking, I don't even trust my mother going down to Bayshore. What about the rest of the city of Tampa and people that use this area on a daily basis? I know that some improvements have been made. The speed limit was lowered and crosswalks have been added over the last several years, and I appreciate it. But I think about the quality of the street on Bayshore. It's usually well paved and taken care of, or it's paved at a more regular schedule than other streets in the city of Tampa. And although I've said in the past, and when I first got elected 5 years ago, I wish I could pave all the streets in the city of Tampa, there's a pro and a con to it. One is you want the streets to be nice and safe, but anytime I post on Facebook or I tell someone, hey, we're going to get this street paved, hey, this street is going to be paved soon, many times people respond, not thank you for getting it paved. They say, great, now it's going to become a speedway. And again, when you have a road that's well paved or freshly paved, it's a pleasure to drive on, and people will go quicker. I mean, they it's a smoother road. There's no potholes. It's fresh. You want to drive at a quicker speed, and people do. So the solution is not paving the road or adding crosswalks or basically putting paint on a street. We have to look at different options. And what I've thought of with Bayshore is you have a northbound and southbound lane. In the times that there have been potholes that I've seen, you see the exposed brick underneath, and I know this is taking it to another level, but there's brick underneath the streets of underneath all that asphalt, going back to when the road was initially laid out. I pulled up photographs from the 1920s and 30s, and you can see cars on brick streets on the northbound lane, which is closest to the water side. If in a perfect world, I'd have the asphalt milled down to the brick, which of course is a natural traffic calmer, which of course allows for water to drain at an easier and a better rate, because brick of course is, it's individually laid, so it's a little more permeable and not like asphalt where it's just sitting there. But then you have the question of, well, it wouldn't be safe for bicyclists if you expose all the brick streets. It would slow down emergency vehicles and whatnot. But if we could do that and take it down to the original brick, not only does it look good, because brick is beautiful in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would agree with that, but it's a natural traffic calmer. You could look at exposing most of the brick street. I mean, this is an option that I'm just rambling about now, but expose most of the brick street and have a protected bike lane that is asphalt, the strip on the side that is separated by a concrete barrier that would prevent cars from deviating off the road and going into a bicyclist, protect them in some way. My preferred option, which many people will not agree with, is close down the entire northbound lane of Bayshore and dedicate that to bicycle and pedestrian traffic only. You have that center barrier, or the center median, where it's grass that separates the north and south lanes. That's the buffer to protect the newly closed northbound lane that allows for walking, running, and bicycling and rollerblading and everything else people do. We could do that, but then you're narrowing Bayshore down to 2 lanes, one north and one south, by using the existing southbound lane. Another thing that we can do is do a more complete street project, and then looking at, and I always bring this up because it's my favorite example, Nebraska Avenue south of Martin Luther King. It used to be 2 lanes north and 2 lanes south. Now it's 1 lane north, 1 lane south with a center turn median, and there's an area for the bus to pull over on Nebraska Avenue. If we could do that and do a road diet where we now just make it 1 lane north, 1 lane south with protected concrete separation for the bike lanes, we can do that. That would not inhibit the movement of emergency vehicles, because if need be, they can just go down the entire lane except on the bike lane, so they're free to move. And the roads are the north and southbound lanes are wide enough that if you were to reduce them to 1 lane each, each way, there's plenty of room to, if there's vehicle traffic for an ambulance or a fire truck to pass by in an emergency situation. These are things that we need to do. The crosswalks I appreciate. Reducing the speeding limit or the speed limit I appreciate, but people are still dying. And when you look at it, is why are people getting killed? People are getting killed because of reckless, irresponsible people on motorcycles, as happened recently, or teenagers racing their cars. Bayshore, the way it's designed now, it makes it too easy for this kind of recklessness. It's a long span of comfortable driving because you pay attention to the water, to the views, to the beautiful homes, to the residential towers and whatnot. The roads are nicely paved. It's easy to, go faster than, as somebody mentioned, you look down at your speedometer and you're going 10 miles an hour faster or even more than you thought you were, because you get lost in that driving. But people are dying. We talk about and we say we embrace Vision Zero, which Vision Zero is 0 deaths, and we don't have 0 deaths. We had a mother and a child get killed, a well-respected gentleman in the community on his bicycle get killed recently, another gentleman hit by a truck, also a beloved member of our community. There is no need for people who are going out for a walk, riding their bike, getting their daily exercise, to have to risk their lives just to do basic things that we all have the right to do. Again, I appreciate the past administration and making some changes. Whatever we do that's major, whether we do a road diet, whether we strip the asphalt off and leave the brick, which of course is the most extreme measure, someone's going to complain. And I often use the term, you can walk on water and people will criticize you that you can't swim. So no matter what, you're going to get pushback in whatever sense, but this is life and death. A gentleman spoke about his sister who was killed. I worry about my mother just going for a walk on a Sunday afternoon in Bayshore. This is not normal. This is not right that in this city with so much outcry, because I've been here for 5 years and I've seen countless individuals coming out, taking time out of their day, to speak out, asking for changes to be made, but we're not doing enough. You can put paint on the street, you can put some crosswalks, but it's not enough. We need to do more. I think we need to make more drastic measures. If there's political pushback, fine. If there's people that may not like it, I understand. There's nothing perfect, but we have to take drastic steps to change the design of this road, embrace Vision Zero exactly as it is and what it truly means, and bring these pedestrian deaths down to 0. One death is one death too many. We are one of the worst in the country. That's an embarrassment, especially when we have so much going on, because Tampa's been on the map and so many people are moving here, and you're hearing people saying that, they may want to leave and they can't deal with the traffic and the this and the that. Fine. That's going to happen, but it's our duty as an elected body, and as the elected city council members here, as well as the mayor and whatnot, to really not make an effort, but to bring change, and we can do it. And the people have spoken, and people are dying, and that's completely unacceptable. So I appreciate this time. I'm sorry if I went longer than I should, but this is a very important matter, not just to Bayshore, but to the entire city of Tampa. I mean, Bayshore is the name on the workshop today, but we have to look at the city as a whole and embrace Vision Zero and move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you for your passionate words, Councilman Escalco. We appreciate it as always, sir. Next, Councilman Goods. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As always, thank you for your leadership. And thank Councilman Carlson to have the courage to bring this issue up in a workshop. I was glad he was able to take part of my amendment to talk about the whole city as a whole and not just Bayshore. But what I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, is this. As a person who's actually investigated deaths, traffic crashes, who's run laser and radars on the city of Tampa, we have to keep one thing in mind. No matter what street design you change, no matter how many signs you may put, how many flashing lights you put, When you have people who have bad behavior, they create tragedies for others. When you drink and drive and get behind a wheel, that has nothing to do with speed. It's the person who did not think and got behind a wheel. When you have folks on a constant basis who speed, I can tell you I should sit up every morning by Lockhart Elementary, Broward, and run a laser. And I see the speed limit at 15 miles per hour, Mr. Chairman. And people would still speed with children trying to cross the road, and the crossing guard trying to put out that stop sign to stop it. So for me, it's more or less we can educate, do more enforcement. But when you're talking about making major change designs that would hinder the fire department or police department to get services to people, get them to a hospital, I've been in the back of an ambulance when you're going over speed bumps and you hit the top of the car and you fall and you lose your balance and you're trying to help a patient or strap a patient down to get them to the hospital or the mental health system. But Chairman, I can tell you there's no perfect system. No matter what we do, there's still going to be complainants. I'm willing to go with any solution, but it has to be throughout the city and making sure we have a comprehensive plan for all the roads. I can tell you, we're talking about Bayshore now, but I can tell you, my 26 years, I can look at how many fatalities we've had and bicycle accidents that we've had on the other side of town that never get reported by our news media. Still happening now. That doesn't get reported, but because Bayshore is a popular area, that's our hallmark of the city of Tampa, South Tampa, Bayshore area, that gets attention. And you have folks who have voices, whereas other people in other communities feel, well, no one will listen to us. So they get on the bandwagon when other areas start to talk. And like now, so many calls on my other city cell phone about, well, what about 40th Street? Fatalities happen there constantly in front of the elderly center. So for me, it's equity, equality for everybody in the city. And whatever we do, we have to make sure it's a balance. But I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, we have to have enforcement. Our law enforcement officers, we are at crunch right now. We could use more officers to maybe help out with enforcement. That could help a little bit more. But I can tell you, bad behavior is a cause of a lot of our issues. So I'll yield back. I'll listen to the other councilmen. And if there's a decision to be made in the future, I'll make it wisely. I'll make it so that it's equitable and fair to everybody. I yield back, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, as always, for your words and passion, Councilman Goods. Next, we move to, let's see, backwards. Councilman Dingfelder. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to give a huge shout out to everybody who waited patiently and gave us such fantastic, articulate input on these important issues. And I do want to repeat several of my peers who said that this is not just about the Bayshore. This is not just about the 2 or 3 tragic deaths that are in our minds and in our hearts that happen on the Bayshore, but the dozens and dozens that happen every year all across the city. And as Councilman Good said, some of them hardly even end up in the newspaper at all. And we have to think that they're still people. They're still people just like everybody else. And so we have to make our entire city safer. I know, Mr. Chairman, you've spoken about Bush Boulevard and Fowler and Fletcher. I mean, those are horrible, horrible boulevards with lots of pedestrians and lots of tragedies. So let's not lose sight of the fact that this is a citywide issue. Now, going back to Bayshore and perhaps a couple of other of the areas that Gene Duncan spoke to, I'd actually, well, let me point out to everybody who's listening, and I'm not dodging a bullet and being bureaucratic, but there's a couple of constraints. Number one, as Ms. Duncan indicated, this is a county road, and the city manages it under an agreement, and we don't hardly get any funding at all from the county, so we sort of have to do these improvements on our own. But I'm not being bureaucratic and passing the buck. We can do things on our own under that contract and under that agreement. If at some point in the near future we could go ahead and get out from that and just tell the county we'll take it back, we'll take it over, so we can have full responsibility for the Bayshore, I think that'd be a better idea. And we should do that. We should look to do that all over the city, wherever possible. I know there's finances involved, but but the other constraint of city council is typically on a day-to-day basis, the cities and the streets and law enforcement is run by the mayor. We have a strong mayor form of government. We can only make recommendations and urge the mayor and the staff to do things and do the right things, and we do that all the time. We could possibly pass an ordinance about the Bay Shore and maybe close it down to 2 lanes, but that'd be pretty extreme unless we had the mayor on board. But what I think we can do as a council, and I'm going to make a motion right now, if Mr. Shelby and Ms. Grimes allow me to, from the legal side, is by resolution urge the mayor to start closing down the Bay Shore and Nucio and New Tampa Boulevard and whatever other boulevards that staff has been looking at, closing those down partially one day a month. I think it's a good step in the right direction. I think that just looking at Bayshore, which I have a lifetime of experience with, having been born Tampa General and raised about 5 blocks off the Bayshore in Palmacia, I know the Bayshore intimately, and I do believe that we on a one Sunday a month we could close the Bayshore and just try it out. Let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Let's see how it works. Let's see where the parking goes. Let's see where the people are. Let's see what the toilet problems are. But if we don't go make a positive step like that in the right direction with the Bayshore, with Nucio, with somewhere in East Tampa, with somewhere in New Tampa, then we're not going to get anywhere. So my motion, Mr. Chairman, is, and I'll try and be a little more concise and look for a second, is to, by resolution, that this council would urge the mayor and staff to, starting in June, hopefully the COVID situation will start easing up where everybody will feel more comfortable, but starting in June to open up those 3 or 4 boulevards that I just mentioned, or actually close them down to traffic, at least in part, and allow them to open up on Sundays for pedestrians. We do it for parades, we do it for runs, we do it for all sorts of events, and there's no reason that we can't do it for the pedestrian safety and for the community as a true linear park. So that would be my motion in the form of resolution, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second that, Councilman Maniscalco.
Yeah, and when it comes to motions, let's do it at the end. We can leave that there on the table, Councilman, and then we can discuss it separately. But we have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder.
And I got a second by Maniscalco. But other than that, and I'm getting a text from staff to request that we leave it a little more open in terms of locations. So I'm willing to do that. I'd like to say definitely Bayshore, because that's the topic of this particular discussion, and I'll leave it to staff and to the mayor to identify other, as Councilman Good said, equitably to identify other locations throughout the city that we might be able to do that. It's, call it, they love acronyms down there, at the city. They can call it PS, Pedestrian Safety Sunday, PSS, or something like that. But have it be all over the city. But I'll modify my motion, Mr. Maniscalco, slightly to just say the Bayshore and any other roads that would be appropriate, according to staff.
I'll maintain my second on that. Can we discuss it, or are we going to wait till the end?
Since there may be discussion, let's wait until we run through all council members, and then we'll bring this one back. Sure. But yeah, so and Councilman Dingfelder, any other comments? Feel free, sir.
No, again, the comments we got from the community are just tremendously articulate. We probably should have this format for all of our workshops, because maybe it's easier for people to call in than it is for them to actually come down to City Hall. So we should probably consider that in the future. I realize a lot more people are home also, which, is a factor. But anyway, no, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the community. Thanks to the staff. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. Thank you for your leadership. Councilman Citro, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank some of our staff members, Ms. Jean Duncan and Vic. Thank you very, very much. TPD and Fire Rescue, thank you very much for being here. I'd like to also thank Mr. Alex Engelman, who was on the program yesterday with our mayor discussing Bayshore Boulevard. Before I go on, Mr. Chair, to the boulevard that I live on, I think it's only fair to discuss that there are other streets within the city limits that are seeing trouble. 40th Street, Bears, Bush, Dale Mabry, Armenia, Howard, Kennedy, Bruce B. Downs, Davis Islands Boulevard, Violet Street. The city of Tampa has many troubled streets. And human life is priceless, and one death is far too many. I would like to see some things done throughout our city. I agree with Councilman Maniscalco, eliminating one-way streets, returning them to two-way streets. I've always said this, sidewalks are needed so that mothers do not have to push their baby strollers in the streets, so students do not have to walk to school in the middle of our streets. Back in 1981, when I first decided to move to South Tampa, Bayshore has always been a dream of mine to live on. 15 years ago, I was lucky enough to purchase a condominium. Bayshore is my front street. Now, I have listened to a lot of people that have either emailed in or have called in, and I thank each and every one of you for doing so. This is what makes our city great. It's public input. I agree with Mr. James Shirk and Jamie Sanderson. I agree that there should be some sort of barricades on Bayshore between the traffic lanes and the bicycle lanes to make the bicyclists safer. But there are some people like Jessica Cruz, that have called in that do not believe that the speed should be reduced on Bayshore. I thank Chelsea Johnson for calling in and her concern about major shifts from the traffic going down Bayshore to going down to McDill or Himes, streets that I travel all the time. Every day that I drive up Bayshore to go to work, whether it be here to City Hall or to my place of business, whether it's on my motorcycle or whether it's in my vehicle, I go 35 and I still see people whizzing by me. Ladies and gentlemen, much like this coronavirus, we're in it together. And safety can be achieved on Bayshore if we all care about one another. Put down the cell phone. If you're going to cross the street, do it from corner to corner. When you're driving, if you see somebody crossing the street at these flashing lights, wait until the lights stop flashing before you proceed. And not everyone is a considerate bicyclist like Miss Christina Costa. Bicyclists, you must follow the rules of the road. Mr. Chair, if it were my vote today, I would love to close the northbound lanes. But as Mr. Dingfelder had put it, it is time that we test. And I would like to see that happen also. We need to reduce the speed on Bayshore. We need more enforcement. And if possible, speeding cameras. But we heard from TPD. Now, with all the emails and all the letters on my desk, I just want to read a couple things. The first one is from walkbiketampa.org. And the problem that they're pointing out is Bayshore is a jewel of Tampa and attracts pedestrians, bicyclists, but functions as a highway. Bayshore is a jewel of Tampa. I would like to see it as a true linear park, but there are people that don't want it that way. So much like Councilman Miranda, I would like to get more facts. I would like to get more input from the city. People have heard how I feel. I want to get more information. Mr. Chair, as always, thank you for your leadership. I thank you for letting me voice my opinion.
Thank you for your leadership and your words, Councilman Citro. And then last, before I go, Councilman Carlson, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. Just a statement, you know, there was an accident, as the family members mentioned several years ago, and the last mayor essentially swept this under the rug, expecting that it would go away, because discussing difficult issues requires leadership, and it requires bringing the community together to hear all different sides of an issue like we heard today. Since that time, several people have died, in part because nothing was done. We can't ignore this. We have to do something. I want to thank the staff for putting this all together. It took a lot of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the administration for agreeing to do it, especially during these difficult times. Thank you to my colleagues for having the guts to discuss this. Thanks also to Councilman Goods for amending the motion I made originally to expand it to be citywide, which it should be, not just Bayshore. And I want to thank the members of the public for their comments and for waiting patiently. As I said, this is personal to me. My son runs on Bayshore twice a day, as do a lot of school groups. My younger sons ride their bikes on Bayshore occasionally, but they ride their bikes through the streets of South Tampa, just as other little kids ride their bikes through neighborhoods throughout our city. They should be able to do that without worrying about speeding and crazy driving and roads that have not been properly prepared. And as I said, several of my friends have been hit in around Bayshore and other areas, and a son of my friend passed away as a result of the accidents. We can talk about acronyms and alliterations and promote all kinds of things we want. We can talk about complete streets, and I think and Vision Zero, and we can all aspire to those things, but we actually have to put a plan in place to make it happen. And without additional money, it's going to be more challenging than ever. But we have to start with some streets to look at how we can make them safer. And so when we get to the motion time, I want to make a motion that we ask city staff to review this public input and report back to city council regarding their recommendations for how to fix the problems on Bayshore and speeding throughout the city. This was never intended to be a meeting where we would solve all the problems. It was intended to hear from the public and hear all sides of the public. And now we need the experts to go back with that input and come back to us with recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Councilman Carlson, for your words and leadership, sir. You know, just in closing, it's, you know, I've had, and all of us have had folks that go, listen, why are y'all talking about Bayshore? Why are y'all talking about Bayshore? Saying that we shouldn't focus on Bayshore. I always respond by going that, you know, Bayshore is a symbol of this city. It's one of the only streets in the city of Tampa where, by virtue of its location, its promotion, it's promoted for liberal use by the city of Tampa. It's an attraction. You know, given the way that our city effectively attracts Bayshore for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for folks outside of town, et cetera, we certainly have a duty to act. I'm fine with a unique emphasis on Bayshore. It's a unique symbol here in Tampa, a symbol of where we want people to go. And I think that that sense of urgency is certainly something that I support, as all of us, all seven of us would agree. There's also other symbols here in Tampa that aren't so beautiful, that aren't so positive, maybe even symbols of where, you know, Tampa doesn't want to show off, so to speak. Those areas matter. They matter just as much. And I know that we all agree on that. It's important that Bush matters, MLK matters, Hillsborough, Nebraska, Bayshore, West Kennedy, you know, streets south of Gandy, everywhere, every single part of this city matters 110%. This requires not only a change in behavior, and we got to use the bully pulpit, every last one of us, to make sure that those folks who say I can't drive 55, that they're wrong, right? But this will also require, like Councilman Carlson just said, money. I continue to beat on the drum of the idea that if AFT goes down, We have to mobilize as a community immediately. That money potentially lost will save lives. It will save lives. And I'm just going to be blunt about it. It will save lives. And it prevents a great deal of pain. Some of the pain we heard about here today with talking about young Jessica and the daughter Lilia, with the brother of Jessica, and I believe it was the uncle being here not too darn long ago on Bayshore. Hal Flowers, who was a colleague, used to work at Hall in the Night, fine attorney, died as well on Bayshore. We got to have a sense of urgency and not be reactive to it. And we also have to highlight the experiences of all of the city of Tampa. I remember a crash that happened on Bougainvillea. It was the day after Halloween. The day after Halloween, 2018, where 3 young kids, Hispanic young kids, were walking, I recall, with their parents going to school, waiting for a school bus, and a driver hit them. Those 3 kids were badly injured. I met with them all, and we did a town hall. Cindy Stewart, our school board member, and myself, along with city staff and others, did a town hall over at a Spanish-speaking church near where this tragic incident happened. Those kids, their lives matter 110%. Folks like Hal Flowers and his family, they matter 110% all throughout the city. We all have a sense of urgency on it. We all have a sense as elected officials that we're sick and tired of being reactive. We want to be proactive and look down the road. That'll take not only a change in behavior, but a whole lot of money. And we got to have all of us continue to have the leadership to demand that that money is there so that our needs are met, so that we won't have any more pain like we've seen, and we can prevent that. Okay, and now I heard motions on the floor. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Danielle Bullock, City Clerk's office.
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson made a motion. I do not believe it was second.
No, he hasn't gotten there yet. I was about to say we're going to first do Councilman Dingfelder's motion, and then Councilman Carlson and anybody else who would like to do motions. So let's first do Councilman Dingfelder's motion. Sir, if you'd like to restate that, you may. Not to put you on the spot, Councilman Dingfelder.
Sure. That by resolution, City Council would urge the mayor and the administration to start in June with closing down half of the Bayshore, the northbound side, on a Sunday, and also any other boulevards around the city that they believe should appropriately be closed down on just on an experimental basis. Hopefully on a monthly basis, and to look to any revenue sources possible, because it will cost a little bit of money in terms of staff and time to do that. So that's the sum and substance of my motion. I can clean it up with the clerk afterwards.
Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby here. Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, sir. Yes, sir.
If I can inquire, Councilman Dingfelder stated to do it in the form of a resolution. Does the council require this to be a written resolution with whereas clauses and it to be drafted and brought back to council for approval at a future meeting? Or does council wish to take this as an action in the form of a motion to be able to be forwarded to the administration? What is the timeline the council wishes for this?
No, personally, I don't have any desire for it to be in writing and formality and that sort of thing. I think if it's in the form of a motion that we resolve by at least the majority vote to urge the administration to do what I said.
Okay, I understand. That's fine. Thank you for that clarification.
And Councilman Goods, go ahead, sir.
The maker of the motion, if you're saying shutting down one portion of Bayshore, is that including when you do that, or if staff feels they can do that? Does that mean they're going to have street festivals on the other side, cars going the opposite side, or we're just saying we're just shutting down one portion of Bayshore to see how this would work?
Well, I think I'll leave it up to staff's discretion in terms of, how the whole thing would work. But I think I'm not trying to make it too big in terms of street festivals or anything like that. I'm just saying for purposes of pedestrians and bicycles, that they could use the northbound lane, the two northbound lanes of Bayshore on a given Sunday once a month, starting in June, and then we would go from there. Obviously, the motion also includes to urge the administration to look at, other similar boulevards that would be appropriate for the same type of action around the city. They've asked me not to specify because I guess they haven't really studied them that deeply yet, but I'm sure from an equitable perspective, they'll look at 3 or 4 others.
And that was my point. I just wanted to make sure that we go with this notion that whatever Bayshore is doing, it should be compatible, that the other people will be able to do that as well, because I'm sure if one does something and one can't, we'll hear about that. So I want to make sure that all avenues are clear if we're going forward with this idea.
Yes, as the maker of the motion, I'm abundantly clear that I'm going to mention Bayshore by name, but we would also urge them to do the same thing for 3 or 4 other boulevards, scattered throughout the city, and that would be part of the motion.
Second from Maniscalco.
I want to speak on the motion, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman,
sir.
Charlie.
Councilman Miranda, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I will not be able to support the motion. The motion is, in my opinion, not satisfactory to the way I process with ideas that come about. The motion is just one area of closing the closest path to the water on Sundays or every other Sunday or whatever to see how it goes. However, when you vote like that, you must have the information of how much traffic is traveled on that road on Sundays or whatever day of the week it is. What are you going to do with the traffic? Where is it going? Where's the traffic going to cut through in case of emergencies on side where it's closed? The emergency vehicle is going to be able to come through and help whoever needs it. And I'm a little apprehensive in the form of information that I do not have, or nor do anyone has, that we will be understanding of what the ramifications are. Anytime there's an action, there's always a reaction. And I want to know from public safety, and I want to know from the traffic count, and I want to know from the neighborhoods, all the association neighborhoods, how they feel about where the traffic is going to go. And we heard some people talk about traffic. Every neighborhood around wants to solve the problem. And then the other question is the blind one saying, in other neighborhoods and other streets. Well, I think when you talk that way, you have to name them so that the people that are going to be somehow impacted knows what's coming. And that's not the way I operate. And that's the reason I'm saying I can't support the motion.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond just briefly.
Yes, sir, you may. Yes, sir.
Okay, John Dingfelder, Ms. Miranda, you and I are very similar. I think we are methodical thinkers, and we like to get the information and the facts, and I respect your comment. The only thing I would say, Mr. Miranda, is that I talked to Ms. Duncan at length earlier in the week about this, and this is not my idea. This is an idea that staff has been researching and looking at for quite a while. And I think that I trust them completely to deal with the logistics, just like they do when there's a run, a Gasparilla run, or the dozen other runs that we approve every year on the Bayshore. They know how to close down all or part of the Bayshore, and I trust that they can do that. All this motion is this council listening to the community, who I would say 95% of them urged us to do something. We listened to them, and we're going to take a very small action and urge the mayor to do this. But Mr. Miranda, as always, I appreciate your comment and your thoughts.
No, and I'm just saying, if I say, and I don't want to have a debate on the line, but the administration or those that you spoke to have never mentioned to any other council member but yourself, I guess. So therefore, I'm still going to support it until I know all the facts. I don't do things without knowing all the facts, and I don't have all the information to make a justifiable decision. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Councilman Maniscalco.
Yes, sir.
Speak.
Go ahead, sir.
I seconded this motion, and of course I'm supporting it. If we don't try, we don't know. And this is something that is temporary. This is something that is basically an experiment because we are responding to death. We are responding to what the public has come out to speak in regards to Bayshore and other parts of the city. I think it's a noble effort and request. By doing this, we'll see, we'll get the data, we'll see how traffic and people and whatever reacts. This is something that would be new and something that we're living in right now. I mean, everything is, we have a safer at home order, a stay at home order. Restaurants are shut down, retail businesses are shut down. And the word that's been used is businesses have had to pivot. People have had to reconfigure things and how they go moving forward. The point that I'm making is, we've had to make changes, and because of certain situations regarding COVID-19, we are working to make changes and try to learn and figure out new solutions, because we have pedestrian fatalities on Bayshore and through other parts of the city, and we want to make it safer for our pedestrians. We've had these discussions in the past, at least since I've been here, and we really need to not just make an effort, but we need to bring about legitimate and real change, because people continue to die. And again, I support this, and I appreciate everyone's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chair. May I ask
Councilman
Councilman
Citro, go ahead.
Dingfelder? Thank you very much. May I ask Councilman Dingfelder if this motion is to shut down Bayshore entirely, or just the northbound lanes?
No, the intent of the motion is to request the administration would shut down the 2 northbound lanes. The 2 northbound lanes, not all 4 lanes at all. And it would only be to start, one Sunday a month to start, and I think it'd be a good experiment. As far as emergencies, is concerned, they know that they'll get notice. The 3 fire stations along there will get notice, and they'll know that they need to take McDill or the Expressway or Dale Mabry or Himes to go north-south to get to where they need to go. But anyway, yes, Mr. Citro, thank you for the question and clarification. Just the 2 out of the 4 lanes is the intent of the motion. Obviously, if the city comes up with other ideas, then that's their prerogative.
Then, Mr. Chair, if I may, Councilman Dingfelder, are you proposing that the southbound lane stay one direction or go to 2 directions, north and south? And I hope you're understanding my question.
Sure, and frankly, I'm sure Ms. Duncan is still on the line, and I'll accept her input on this. It's my understanding, in having that conversation I referred to earlier with Ms. Duncan and her staff, that when they were contemplating this, that they leave the southbound 2 lanes going southbound during that 8-hour window or whatever period we're talking about. And people who need to go northbound have to figure out some other way.
So in what you're proposing is people that need to go northbound can either take McDill, Himes, Crosstown, or Dale Mabry.
Yeah, kind of like Gasparilla. And I'm sorry to impose on the various Bayshore Beautiful residents and that sort of thing. But, I think that they and their families would also enjoy the benefits of that one Sunday as well. So,
Mr. Chair, I thank you very much.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to say to the administration, I will vote for this to go forward. If the administration wants to come back at some point with a specific plan and get our reaffirmation of it, I would welcome that. I know talking to constituents, they're probably evenly split. There are many that are very, very in favor of this and want it to happen immediately and for it to happen throughout the time that we have Safer at Home. And at least one Sunday a month, and there are constituents who don't want it to happen at all, and so my point is that if the administration would like to come back at some point and let the public have feedback on this from all sides, I would welcome that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Councilman Citro, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and I would like to ask Councilman Dingfelder if he wouldn't mind maybe postponing this and having the administration, having staff give us 3 options on how to actually close down the northbound lanes on a Sunday a month and give us the feasibilities of this procedure. Just asking.
Mr. Teacher, Mr. Carlson, I think you both have good ideas, but let me reshape it. I'm going to leave the motion in place if subject to Mr. Maniscalco's continuing second. What I will do is add to the motion that staff would come back to us, since we're asking them to start in June, that staff would come back to us with a staff report at our, let's see, what do we have, is it 19th? We have a regular meeting, Mr. Chairman?
The 25th.
I believe so.
No, it's
20
June. Your June meeting, your June regular meetings per your calendar are June 4th and June 25th. Oh, the May meeting.
Looking in May.
Oh, your May meeting. That would be May 21st. I'm sorry. You have a May 7th and a May 21st.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Yes, so Mr. Sutra, Mr. Carlson, good ideas. What I'll add to my motion is that staff would come back May 21st to our regular meeting with a brief staff report with staff's response to our motion. Obviously the staff response, the mayor's response might be, no, we can't do it now. They might do that, or they might give us details on how they can do it and when they can do it. So I hope that helps a little bit, and I'll amend my motion slightly to ask staff for a staff report on the 21st of May and ask for a second on my amendment, Mr. Maniscalco.
You have a
You
second
good with that?
from the Maniscalco, yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. As for me in my house, I was going to be voting yes on this based on a number of assumptions. That city staff would, of course, do the requisite and needed study for safety, and that also includes, by the way, and this is all an assumption on our part, social distancing. That the areas that could potentially be open or set aside, including in Bayshore, would have social distancing capabilities, and it wouldn't be seen as a public health or safety exposure consultation with neighborhoods. And voting yes also on the assumption as well that we get a thumbs up from police and fire, as obviously, and again, we all assume this, they must be consulted on this. It goes without saying. And, looking to do this, as was said, as an experiment once a month with the proper predicate or preface of a discussion and study by staff. I'm fine with that. So let's do it. Now, Suling, Mr. Shelby, do we have to take a roll call for this?
Yes, sir. On every vote.
Okay, let's do it. If you don't mind, Suling, roll call.
It will be Danielle.
Thank you,
Oh, I'm
Chair.
sorry, Danielle. If you don't mind, how are you?
No problem. Dingfelder,
Yes.
Booth,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Councilman Dingfelder, thank you very much for that. Yes, I am voting for it.
Miranda,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
Sierra.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda voting no.
Thank you, ma'am. And we have
Councilman
one.
Maniscalco
I'm sorry.
seconding the motion.
Yep.
Thank you, ma'am. And now, before I go to Councilman Carlson's motion, just so that I know, is any other council member wish to make a motion today?
No.
Okay. Okay. Being none, Councilman Carlson, you may go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would like to make a motion that we ask city staff to review the public input gathered today and report back to city council regarding their recommendations for how to fix the problems on Bayshore and speeding throughout the city.
Dingfelder, second.
Okay, any discussion?
Mr.
And
Chairman?
Councilman, I may have missed that. I'm sorry, somebody, Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Martin Shelby. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Just wondering, are you asking that to come back on a particular date? Would it be the May 21st
Yeah,
date?
and I was gonna inquire on that as well.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson, were you looking at a particular date, sir?
Well, I don't know from city staff how long it will take them to review this. So could we put in the motion that city staff would set a date in coordination with the chair?
or we can pick a
Sure.
time 2 or 3 months in advance.
Sounds good here. The second, Councilman Dingfelder, are you good with that, sir? I would assume.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion on this motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair?
Oh,
Councilman Goose there.
yes, sir. Councilman Goods, go ahead, sir.
I appreciate the maker of the motion, but we've already got the original motion. They're already doing what Mr. Carlson is asking, correct? Or am I incorrect on that?
This is about coming back with recommendations for us on what they think we should do. So today was just about gathering public input, and they gave us short presentations. But the idea was that they would listen, and now we need the experts to go back and having listened to the public and give us recommendations on what they think we should do.
That's in injunction to the boulevards being closed, or that's just separate from the base?
No, sorry. This is for the speeding on Bayshore and the speeding throughout the city. So the original motion that you and I made a few months ago.
Mr. Chairman,
Today
may I
was
speak
just
to the motion.
And what, just Councilman Miranda, 1 second, if I may. Councilman Carlson, you were going to say, sir?
I was just going to say that the purpose of today's meeting was to gather public input with the idea that the staff would take the input and come back to us with some. So all this motion is doing is saying that we would like to go ahead and schedule that meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman Goods, does that answer your question, sir?
Okay, sir. Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Miranda, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'm going to support this motion because this motion, unlike the first motion, is actually for input and how and when and what the facts are. The other motion was just, this is what we want. So without any information. So that's why I'm going to support Mr. Carlson's motion.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? Okay, Suling, let's call up the vote. Or I'm sorry, Danielle, excuse me, if you don't mind, ma'am.
Thank
Roll
you,
call.
Chair. Dingfelder,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Motion carries with Carson being the maker of the motion, Dingfelder seconding the motion.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, and now we'll go down the line if just for 1 minute. If anyone has any announcements, community events, anything of that nature, we'll start alphabetically going the other way now with Councilman Carlson. Go ahead, sir, if anything.
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody again for putting this together. And then one other thing, I don't know if you all saw, but I interviewed the Cuban ambassador a couple days ago. And today, early this morning, the Cuban embassy in Washington, D.C. was attacked by gunfire. And the alleged perpetrator has been apprehended. But, as I would say, we in the United States, we have the right to freedom of speech, but we don't have the right to shoot people in places. And so I won't ask for a motion, but I just hope that this person or people involved in that are apprehended. We need to have civil discourse in the United States about our own freedoms, and we can have civil discourse about the freedoms and rights in other countries, but we can't shoot people and we can't burn down buildings. 6 years ago, a travel agency in Coral Gables was burned down apparently for political reasons, and the definition of that is terrorism. We cannot allow domestic terrorism because people don't agree with other people's political beliefs. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman. I remember going to that embassy when a couple days after it opened in Washington, D.C., and being there with my son in a very historic moment. And I'm sure that we all condemn those cowardly, terrible actions that you just described. So thank you, sir. Next, Councilman Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I wish to thank everybody that was involved with this workshop, everybody from staff, TPD, fire, everybody involved. Just one last thing that I did not mention. We have an intersection in this town, I-4 and 275. And in 2016, there were 1,073 accidents. Mr. Chair, I thank you very much for your leadership. I thank everybody involved. Everybody stay safe, stay healthy, stay nice, and I cannot wait to get back to meeting face to face. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Councilman Citro. Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great meeting. I wanted to give a special shout out to former Councilwoman Linda Salcena and to current Councilman Bill Carlson, District 4, for pushing this important issue. I think that we're going through really strange times. I think that I saw the Riverwalk the other day was just so packed with people who just want to get out and get some exercise and walk and see other people. And I think by opening up the Bay Shore on a limited basis for pedestrians and some other comparable nice boulevards around the city, I think that not only are we responding to the safety issue that's always with us, but I think we're also responding to the COVID issue by giving people a wonderful place to recreate and start seeing their friends and neighbors again on a social distance basis. So thank you to Bill and Linda for putting this together, and Mr. Chairman, thanks for a great meeting, and thanks to the community for your tremendous input and for inspiring us and hopefully the mayor to start doing something. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Is it Linda Salcena's birthday today?
Yes.
Well, happy birthday if she's listening, I guess. Thank you for that, Councilman Dingfelder. Amen. Councilman Goods, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you for your leadership for meeting today, as always. Again, happy birthday to Ms. Salcena. She's always a fighter on all issues in the city, not just today, but other issues that occur. And I'm just glad that she's still a person that's in the fight to help all communities. Again, I just want to thank the citizens of Tampa for being a part of this meeting, giving us their ideas and suggestions, and just looking forward to staff bringing back some good solutions to maybe solve and curtail some of the problems we have with our traffic issues in the city of Tampa. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Councilman Goods. Councilman Maniscalco, sir.
You had already mentioned I was going to wish former council member Linda Salcena a very happy birthday. And I appreciate all her efforts and how active she continues to be in our community. She has a heart of gold and always puts people first and really, really cares. And I hope she enjoys her birthday. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Miranda.
I just want to thank all the citizens who spoke today and emailed today and presented their ideas to this council. It's a pleasure to serve, and that's why they're good people. Even though sometimes we have little disagreements here and there, they understand and they shum up and they state their minds and how they feel about issues. And for that, I congratulate them for coming.
Thank you, Councilman Miranda. Just in closing, it looks like our next meeting is going to be on May 7th. We're on a good path as a council that helps us really put our city back to work. Since mid-March, we've been working really hard with the administration to first begin to have virtual meetings. And I again wanted to thank my colleagues for your patience and your cooperation with these virtual meetings, because these things could really easily blow up, and they haven't. And it's because all of us have cooperated and been very, very patient. And I really wanted to thank everybody for your patience on these virtual meetings, because everybody's had to cut back on a lot of things, and I really appreciate it. Now we're looking in June to have live meetings at the Tampa Convention Center, and this is an endeavor that's taken us a lot of time and whatnot. And I just wanted to thank again staff for doing that. So next week we're meeting on May 7th.
Mr. Chairman,
voting on the yes, sir.
Martin Shelby, while you're on the subject and before you close out the meeting, there's just a few housekeeping matters. Number one is council. You did receive several, quite a bit actually, of written comments relating to today's subject, which I.
Oh, and Mr. Shelby, I wasn't finished speaking.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. No, I wasn't finished speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a second. No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine. But just that next week we're going to be having our May 7th meeting. In terms of the venue of that May 7th meeting, we've had discussions with the administration on it. What I'm trying to work for us to get that done is to have it by video. I think that would be great so that we don't do this by phone, especially, I'll be frank, for the election of chair and vice chair, including of CRA. I think it's good to be able to do that by video if at all possible. So I think there's going to be a dry run before that we'll be working through, and then hopefully we can get the ball rolling with that. So we'll be doing that, and then I believe we're also going to be voting on the consent agenda. So again, we're thanks to the hard work that we've been doing with the administration, with Mr. Shelby, with technology, and with other folks, we're moving forward step by step towards normalcy for Tampa City Council. So we're all very, very happy for that. Okay, Mr. Shelby, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just a reminder to members of the public, you did mention the elections that are scheduled. Next week is, by council's motion, your first regular meeting, but as you said, Mr. Chairman, it is in a virtual format. It's using communications media technology, which means there is no meeting of the public to be able to speak regarding this. It has to be done through the processes which are set forth to either, as they did today, by voicemail or by written communication or by registering for the webinar in advance to be able to speak at the meeting. So I just want to remind people that per council's rules, the deadline has been.
Mr. Shelby, are you there?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me
go
now?
ahead, sir. You said
Thank
that the deadline has been, and then blank. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know how that happened, but the deadline is 24 hours in advance if you wish to register for the webinar, so you have the opportunity to speak during the meeting. So I just wanted to remind the public of that. And also, Council, just a question with regard to staff reports. You've been receiving memoranda from the staff on those items. Is that in lieu of an appearance for next week?
That was my understanding. Yes, that was my understanding.
Very good. I just wanted that clarified as well, sir. I thank you very much. My apologies.
Okay. No, you're fine. Anything else, Mr. Shelby?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. May I have a motion to receive and file?
So move.
Move to receive and file.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Or I guess we have one. Roll call. Danielle, I think we have to do roll call on this. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I'm here. Dingfelder?
Yes.
Boots?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yeah.
Citro?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Motion carried with the maker of the motion being Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilmember Citro.
Thank you again, Danielle. Thank everybody for your hard work. And again, a very special thank you to all of the staff, to all the public listening, and to all of our council members. I'm sure everybody knows that getting these meetings takes a lot of work of a lot of people behind the scenes. So thank you, everybody. Everybody stay safe. Thank you again. Bye-bye.